If you could send your info there too, just to double make sure.
Yeah, the company I work for is we take care of people with really a supported living and try to get them to have the support
Gotcha,
and needs they
gotcha,
need.
gotcha,
So
gotcha.
amazing.
Hello.
Hello.
Hey, can we have a conversation?
There's definitely a conversation to be had.
Yeah, most definitely.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate it.
Again, appreciate
Have a good
everything
one.
you're doing, man.
Most definitely. No, not really.
Okay. Wait.
How are you doing?
I'm well.
I commend you for having a conversation and come up here, creating a dialogue.
We definitely have a dialogue to create. I'm highly disappointed in your behaviors, seen and unseen.
Talk to me.
There's nothing that you know that I don't as far as your behaviors, seen and unseen. I'm extremely disappointed in the movements that you've chosen to make, the way that you've decided to treat women.
I'm gonna record this on you. I'm gonna record this on the thing.
How? What motherfucker rides around in a Tesla when they might get gas? It might get their shit broken. It might get all that. Makes no sense. I don't care about my sense. That makes no sense. He won't even march with the people. He literally is on top of his car. He's on top of his car.
So, I think what's happening is people are disagreeing on like Raz has his own techniques, and people are disagreeing with them, and they have their own opinions. Raz is a local hip hop artist, so do you want to walk around some more? So, we're gonna walk out of kind of like the barricaded area, but like go on to 11th, which is where the protest had been prior to the police leaving. What we're looking at, like the direct view, is where the biggest crowd was. This is where people were tear gassed. This is where, in front of me, just like 100 yards away, is where that woman was hit in the chest with tear gas. And Julissa, how did it make you feel when you were down here?
In general?
Yeah, how
Terrified. I was really scared. The last few nights before the police left, I was scared. But this is totally different. This is really nice. Like this has become something of like a Coachella meets Woodstock.
Okay.
I don't know.
Yeah.
It's really nice now, even despite like obvious people are gonna butt heads.
And this is interesting. Somebody, commented yesterday and they called this place Chaz. And I said, what's Chaz? And what that stands for is the community of Seattle we're in right now is called Capitol Hill. And Chaz stands for Capitol Hill Autonomous Zone. It's So I think what's happening is people are disagreeing on like Raz has his own techniques and people are disagreeing with them. And they have their own opinions. Raz is a local hip hop artist. So, do you want to walk around some more? So, we're gonna walk out of kind of like the barricaded area, but like go on to 11th, which is where the protest had been prior to the police leaving. What we're looking at, like the direct view, is where the biggest crowd was. This is where people were tear gassed. This is where, in front of me, just like 100 yards away, is where that woman was hit in the chest with tear gas. And Julissa, how did it make you feel when you were down here?
In general?
Yeah, like how
Terrified. I was really scared. The last few nights before the police left, I was scared. But this is totally different. This is really nice. Like, this has become something of like a Coachella meets Woodstock.
Okay.
I don't know.
Yeah.
It's really nice now, even despite like obvious people are gonna butt heads.
And this is interesting. Somebody, commented yesterday and they called this place Chaz. And I said, what's Chaz? And what that stands for is the community of Seattle we're in right now is called Capitol Hill. And Chaz stands for Capitol Hill Autonomous Zone. It's also being called SAS, as in Seattle Autonomous Zone. And you can see where these barricades are. The precinct and the outside area is just kind of just being occupied by people. Not in the way that Occupy was a thing, but like, it's just similar. You think it's similar?
There's patches of Occupy.
Weather's
but
real nice.
It's a lot more organized too, because the thing about Occupy is it did feel a little more leader-less than leader-full, and I get the feeling that people have learned from those mistakes. Like, I get the feeling a lot of these people were a part of Occupy and a part of the WTO protests. Like, it seems like they're all descendants of that same kind of ideological bloodline. So it's nice. That little, family genealogy. What's it called? Family tree of.
Yeah. The family tree of protests.
There we go.
Of movements.
Yeah.
Of recent movements in the United States.
Genealogy of ideas. There we go.
So yeah, so it's called an autonomous zone. That's kind of what they're naming it as. Like, this area of land is being occupied by the people. They're trying to keep police away from there, and the police are staying away from here. And it's just kind of being turned into this stage where people are coming together and having these discussions. And as we just walked away from, people are having disagreements, but like these disagreements are finally coming, and these conversations that have been so digital in like the past 10 years are now like happening in person with an audience. And so we're not only able to like witness them, but we're able to interact in like such a human way that's like, we can do this digitally, like you guys are watching me right now and we're having this conversation and this back and forth, but like being, present in the circle full of people while they're talking that are like your community members, it's just, it's different, and it's something that like I feel like we've been missing out on in this like digital era. In America, where we're all on our cell phones constantly. It's different in other countries, but we're very like technologically dependent here. Was about to say this is Occupy with a different name is all this is. I mean, wasn't Occupy like? I mean, like I thought that was like anti like capitalism. This is more like anti. This is about like a very specific issue, and like.
And then it's not, right? Because it has all the great qualities I think Occupy had, which has it did start off with the central idea, 1% versus 99%, Black Lives Matter versus like everything else. But I feel like now it's become like, anti-capitalism. It's become all these other great things, in my opinion, that stem from the Black Lives Matter. Because you see Black Lives Matter more than anything else, right? But the way people are acting about it, it's like it's touching on so many other things at the same time.
Yeah.
Which is why I think people are attracted to it. It's like they understand that it can be focused on one thing without taking away from other stuff that, can benefit from it as well.
I like that.
Yeah.
So it's a confusing place. Like, I know some people are like, I don't get how that's going to work, how long it's going to last, and frankly, neither do I. I seriously don't. And I think a lot of people here don't either, because this is something that hasn't really happened in America modern history yet. Like, in the past 100 years.
In this capacity, right, with this
Yeah,
technology.
exactly.
This amount of frustration compared
You know,
to
something
before.
similar like this has happened in other countries, and you know, the U.S. government has very well been involved in those
Good
things.
point.
But now we're experiencing, you know, something almost similar, like on a smaller scale to like the Arab Spring, where we're having social media guide this into a revolution.
And it happened in the spring of 2020. Very cool. Lots of planets in retrograde. Maybe that's as long as it'll last.
Anti-capitalism. While she drinks a bottled water.
Hey, I'm not perfect. I just said that we're.
Hey, Thomas, are you perfect?
Becoming a more perfect
What do you live by?
I am a walking hypocrite.
Hey, we had to meet our $5 minimum, okay?
We did.
At the ATM.
And I do work for a corporation, unfortunately, that pays me minimum wage. Hey, these things are my reality. But you know what I like that I heard someone said in an interview about this movement is that it is exciting to know that we can dream of a new world. It's like not just like, oh, there's a precedent for this and we know what we're doing. It's like, no, it's scary and both exhilarating that we are actually imagining and creating this new reality where we don't know what it's going to look like. And yeah, that's very risky, but I'm kind of, this is like, it speaks to me as a person. I think I'm a risky person in a lot of ways. I can't imagine it coming from one source. It doesn't give me that vibe. But Occupy did get infiltrated in a lot of ways by certain people that.
Yeah.
I get the skepticism. I'm just hopeful and totally willing to just. That'd be a cool thing to find out. Like, is anyone like tracking down, like, hey, where'd this come from? Where'd that come from? And not in a critical way, just in like
a clear, like a transparent kind of way.
It might be a weird question at first, but maybe it's not. Maybe some people will get it. They're like, we're all about transparency. That's the whole point of the new world, right?
I mean, Perry, I'm not gonna argue with you because I'm not here to talk about either political party because I don't support either political party. So if you think you're gonna poke the bear and get me to defend Democrats, it ain't me. I ain't here to defend the Democrats. Trust me. I think there's racist people on all sides, and
racist is like willful ignorance.
Yes, willfully ignorant, negligent, of course, and that's on all sides of the political spectrum.
It's more direct in a side that you wouldn't realize because they're too busy like tricking you. So like, I guess that's direct's a weird word because it just keeps it. Like, you know how some conservatives are more direct about their racism, and then some people are like grateful for that. Like, at least you're being straight with me. But then I find that I feel more directly affected sometimes by fake Democrats because it's like I am often working with them, and then I find out, oh man, you've been getting me like straight out of the pocket, you know, like that's kind of how I feel. So yeah, both sides can be.
Yeah, and so a lot of people are talking about like communism in the comments. They're like, this isn't a communist movement. Like, there's no hammer sickle over here. There's no Karl Marx painting. Like, this is about like anti-police violence and systemic racism in the United States. And this is just a result of things that have happened. This wasn't like we're gonna take over the police department. The police left. We don't know why. We still are trying to answer that question. Was it strategically? Was it, obviously a political move? Did they really think that people were going to burn down this building? We don't know the answer to this, and we probably never will. But, like, you can paint this as communist and paint it as Antifa, but, like, if you're going to do that, please have some facts to back it up. Tell me, what's communist about this? Unless you're talking about pure communism, because if you want to go by the pure definition of communism, there's never been a communist nation ever to exist. Like, you're thinking of,
They always give the example like Stalin or someone, and I'm not one to know much about that at all, but why do they always go there? Like, why is that? Like,
let's watch for first crime. It's actually been very peaceful here. People are giving things out for free. There's food, there's water, there's mental health counselors. We both like feel safer. She walked out to go get me something yesterday while I was live streaming, and I was like worried. I was like, she left the autonomous zone. Like, is she okay? I know it sounds like dramatic, but like the only threat here was like people were talking about Proud Boys coming, but they never even showed up. China says they're a socialist country, but it's like that's not pure communism. Like, if you look up the legit like academic definition of communism, that's not what's happening. Like, the government has far much control. Like, it's about this people having a state that's decentralized. It's not what's happening in China. It's not what's happened in Soviet Union.
Like city council, they're not saying defund all these other things. They're like very focused. about the police.
Yeah, maybe a communist enclave can exist, like something like pure communism, like something like that, where people are all contributing and people are all receiving a share back. That can exist on small scales like this,
That's
but
what welfare
in a
is.
larger scale, it doesn't exist. But people, they want to paint this as like a socialist movement, but it's not. Like, it's about racism. So go look in the mirror and go look at your neighbors and confront people and try to like.
That bad of a thing.
I don't know. It's because. I don't know. Why do you guys think it's so bad?
I guess I keep.
What's so wrong with
thinking back to
socialism?
the extreme examples I always hear is like things like Stalin, like, but I don't even know exactly.
Is there a
what
statue
happened.
of Lemon at Pike's Place? Where is there a statue of? I mean, I don't know where.
I just know statues are getting taken down everywhere. Do you want to head to the smoking section for a second?
Yeah, let's go over there. So something cool about this is like, there's rules here. It's not like it's a free for all and you just do whatever the fuck you want. Like one of the cool things, it's like they called people out about this yesterday. They're like, we don't want people just walking around drinking beer and just like smoking weed and getting high like it's a festival. Like there's areas, like there's a smoking area. Like this is such like a deep area of respect and like of calling people out. Like if people fuck up, people are there to call them out about it. Like if you're not wearing your mask, people will be like, put on your mask. And I really like that, holding each other accountable. I think that's really important. So yeah, I know this pisses people off when they see tents and they tell people to get jobs, but a lot of these people have jobs. I have a job. I worked all day today and I came out here to do this. And it's just like for someone like me who's been a part of like the LGBT movement, and that's where I got like my first start in protesting. This is just really just powerful to see because I'm a mixed person, but I'm white passing, so I've lived my life with a lot of privilege. And I'm trying to see your guys' comments, but I can't. What you guys are saying? Agree, China's not full communist. Yeah, no, they are oppressed. Oh, Jennifer Madison, I wrote a paper about that. Trust me. We if you ever want to talk about that, we could talk about what they've done, creating iPhone 0 days to hack them and then send them into, camps to make them not Muslim anymore. Sound familiar? Sound like Native Americans? Sound like gay people? Sound like, familiar? U.S. has done it before. It's just oppression is everywhere. Oppression knows no race, knows no language, knows no country. Did you say white passing? Yes, I said white passing. Do you want me to explain what that means, Gail?
Go ahead. Some people don't understand.
White passing means I look white, and people will assume me as white, and so that means those privileges that come with having a pale complexion, I experience those. One of those things is I have been detained by the police when I was a teenager. I ran from them, they tackled me, and my mom came and they let me go. Do you think and there were black people there with us that night, and one of them went to jail.
You want to hear a story?
And he didn't do anything.
Me interacting, just one of the many encounters. So
I'm not brainwashed by teachers. I'm brainwashed by scholars, including Angela Davis, Malcolm X. So if you want to call that brainwash, I'm fine. I'm just educated. I'm empathetic.
Okay, I get it.
I never heard before. I assumed what it meant. I just wanted to make sure I heard you correctly. Yes, no. Ask these questions. That's why I wanted to explain it. I wasn't trying to be sassy. What white passing meant.
Oh, it's totally different. One time my granny sent me when I was like 9 years old with my older siblings to get her some dinner. It was like after 8 p.m. in New Orleans, and we were walking to this place to get her the food. And the cops picked us up, took us a block away from our neighborhood all the way to the precinct downtown just to like get us detained. And I don't know, I forgot how my granny got us off, like got that off my record, but she worked for the like police department. She was a dispatcher, so I do remember her distinctly saying, "Don't worry, I got it off your record." But I was like 9 years old.
We're not wearing a mask because we're in the smoking zone and we're smoking a cigarette. Can you light it up?
Yeah, we're like a block from our house. Like, why would you pick up these kids and take them further away from their home?
Yeah. Jaleesa has an
interesting
interesting story, and we're gonna start a podcast together. She's done podcasting for a while, but we're gonna start one together. She's had a crazy life. She lived in New Orleans, and she survived Hurricane Katrina, and she was in the Superdome. How crazy is that? The story she's told
sounds
me.
Sounds like a theme park when you say
right.
It like that.
She got 2 free nights at the Superdome.
7, actually.
7.
7 nights.
And I love New Orleans. I've never been to New Orleans. I want to go there. She talked to me about it. I swear, I have my family, part of my family's from Alabama, like Mobile, really close to not that far away from New Orleans. And I've never been, but I love the food. I just can't get enough of it. Like Creole, Cajun, I don't know why.
Gumbo.
Minors are not allowed out alone and no after certain times. You're right. Yeah. I agree with you, Haps. We do respect everyone's opinions.
Hey, Granny fucked up, but I still feel like, you know, you shouldn't take the kids further away when they're telling you their home is close by. Like, Jess was just sent home.
Thank you.
You know, from the cops. I feel like they should at least just respond with the same. Either they didn't trust us about taking us to our house, or they just were bored and wanted to bring these kids to the station because that was, for some reason, seemed like the right thing to do.
Cindy Lou Who, you know what? I can't even tell how many people are watching, and that's like not why I'm out here. I'm not out here just to watch a bunch of viewers or just to get a bunch of viewers. I'm just out here to document. And part of that is having conversation. So you can say that, but I mean, I appreciate you keeping me updated. Superdome vet. Congratulations. It was a congratulations.
Oh, thank you. I'm going to add it to my Twitter bio. I never even considered that.
That's a good one. Yeah.
Superdome vet.
Why would you support the tobacco companies? Well, if I told you it wasn't tobacco, I probably wouldn't be able to live stream. So I'm just going to say, because, you know, it's a free world. But you got me there, Tay-Tay. You got me there. I can't answer that. But you're right. These tobacco companies are awful, and they have a terrible history with, you know, slavery in the United States. Thank you. You know, I think it's like powerful to keep an open mind. I've spent a lot of my life not being open-minded, being fixed to like what I thought, and so like I had to learn to open up.
At least you weren't racist.
To be empathetic. You know, at least I wasn't racist.
Yeah.
I was ignorant. I still am ignorant.
I had a lot of self-hatred. I think it's easy to have self-hatred.
Yep.
When you're in the U.S. and like you're not one of the.
So some massive businesses in the area are open. Yes, businesses in the area are open. So I want to talk a little bit more about this. So that's a really good question. Let me flip it around. You guys can see what I look like.
Oh, you're getting serious with the glasses down.
I got my glasses on.
Yeah.
That's a really good question. I want to ask about it. The businesses here are open. For example, there's been restaurants that have been handing out free food. There's like a hair salon nearby. They're offering food and water. A lot of like the bars have tables outside their businesses, so they're not only like out here, you know, just open and selling stuff. They're supporting the protest. They're a part of the movement, and that's just so incredible to see. So people are like anti-capitalist, but like the businesses are involved. So like this isn't anti-capitalist. This is a blend of something new, like we haven't really seen before. What's happening here? And I don't know if it's unique, if it is maybe the recreation of something. So if you can compare this to something that you've seen or experienced or have researched, please let me know. But this just feels so different, and businesses are helping and supporting. And I went over to this, I believe it was Vietnamese food yesterday, a few days ago, and they gave out free chicken. Oh my God, it was so good.
That sounds great.
And then they were selling bracelets and raising money for like bail funds, which was just really, really awesome to see.
I thought it was cool how after we spoke to that cop.
Millennial Playground. I mean, I would say Millennium like freedom playground, but I like it.
Remember we talked to that lady cop? I guess lady cop is unnecessary, but
I like
think
that,
it's
Jennifer.
a cool name.
Yeah.
We spoke to the cop. She just happened to be like a black female, which actually I guess made it more like attractive for me to talk to her, because she had an interesting perspective. She was like, well, we do call out the bad apples, and she was like, what else do you want us to do? You know, like now I have to fear for my life. And I was like, damn. And I felt kind of bad, and then I went and told the guy at the pizza shop we went to who was supporting the protest, and they were like, it's going to take me a while before I talk to a cop. And I was like, damn, that's right. I forget that like the hatred is like deep, and it's like it's there for me too, because like I've been through it, but I guess I suppressed all that hatred because otherwise I would go crazy. But like some people are just like, instead of going crazy, they're just like channeling it into like activism, which is even cooler to watch, you know. Like
Yeah.
I think it's inspiring me to like remember all the things that I've suppressed, and like not that I want to be like a jerk to every single person just because of the job they have, but in this case it's understandable why some people are just like really triggered at the thought of like talking to a cop right now.
Yeah, some people are very anti. They refuse to have that dialogue.
The dialogue
right now.
is just not ready, which is understandable. That's like what an abusive relationship feels like.
Yeah.
They're not ready yet.
I want to
like,
answer one of these questions if I can. Sorry. Someone asked how many blocks is the autonomous zone. So if I were to describe it to you, I would say this is like the shape of a cross. So we're like at an intersection right now. Let me kind of show you. So here's the intersection. Right here is the precinct. It's a corner building. So if you go down there, a block all the way down, a block all the way up, a block down here. That's actually you know what? It's like 2 blocks because it goes past the park. And then like a couple blocks down here, and then you have, you know, the barricade here, which is where the protest was, but then there's an additional barricade beyond that. So it's kind of like a cross that's like a couple blocks in each direction. I mean, there's like businesses. The businesses are here. There's like a, you know, liquor store. Like,
Yeah, the hot dog
there's
stands.
there's a hot dog stand rolled right up here, and they're working. They're doing their thing. Like, a U-Haul just showed up. Are we going to expand and maybe take over Seattle? Well, you know, Arbus, I think that's a very interesting question. Because when you say, are you guys going to expand, there's not necessarily like a like collective group here. It's not like, oh, we are this, that, you know, that we can identify ourselves with. So there isn't that collection. So I wouldn't want to say, are we going to do that? Could that be some people's aspirations here? Dude, I totally think so. I think some people really wish they could take all Seattle. But what would that really mean in the sense of property and ownership? And like, you know, when it breaks down to finances and how things function. Like,
we heard, what was it, yesterday? They were making some very like specific points about like, hey,
totally candy.
We want to reclaim this space. We have to do the paperwork. We gotta, you know, cross our T's, dot our I's. Like, they're thinking about this. But yes, I do wonder what the follow-up is. Like, at this point, you know, it's just been 24 hours. But like, I would love to help too, if possible. Just like to understand how this works. Like, you're right. It's not one organization, but it's like an amoeba.
Yeah, it's like, it's totally
kind of like come in, and you see the same characters every now and then, but for the most part, it's actually like very eclectic. You see a lot of different faces every single day.
Yeah, I feel like, I don't know, if we're like used to more like vertical kind of institutions in the United States, like think of a business, like a big business. You have employees, you have managers, senior managers, and it goes up. But like, what's happening here is very decentralized. Like, the only thing I could really compare it to is like, you know, you have your like team captains, and maybe your team captain has a coach, but then you have a team, and each team has kind of like their individual job, and no person is like above another person. Like, there's leaders, like you have, you know, what do you call that? When like they're like the main person. Like, it's not like it's really a center point, but it's like really a bunch of those teams together. Like, you have the food team, and you have like the tent team, and then you have the medics, and the medics are doing mental health and like, you know, physical health, and they're here to help people, you know, when they're shot. Like, so they've fucking right there like, so quickly.
Yeah, they're
like, that man had a gun, and those people didn't even give a shit. Like, all they cared about was helping that person. Like, that, I mean, I'm not a medic. I'm not a health person. And I like to think that I'm pretty, like, sorry, I kicked something. I think I'm, like, pretty, like, selfless, but, like, that blows my mind. Like, because truly.
That's, like, a true protect and serve.
What's your white passing background? Jewish? Once the white bashing really starts.
Oh, shit. That's
what?
Intense, bro.
No, you know what? I did take a DNA test. I'm 0.3% Anunnaki Jew, so I'm Latina, I'm Native American, my tribe's Choctaw, and yeah, and then I have like my great grandparents were half black. They were mulatto, so that's what they put them on the census as. So like, that's like in my roots. Like, I don't look like that, but that's like my family. Like, that's my ancestors, you know what I mean? Like, would I disrespect my ancestors if they were here today, or would I want to fight for them, even though like that struggle's not necessarily mine, what I experienced? So like, I honor that. But like, I'm not gonna act like I don't look white. Like, that's been a confusing thing. That's way too long of a topic for us to discuss.
Like, on that topic of the
gouge out there oppressors. You know what? I've seen that propaganda. Like, that's coming out of Portland. Like, you must follow Andy No. Be careful who you follow, man. You need to double check some of that stuff.
If I ever see anyone gouge out someone's eyes, that's the day where I will say, dude, that's fucked up. But I have not seen that.
That will be the day, the only day.
I will let you know.
Look it up. Send me it.
I mean, send me some proof.
Because I've seen it, and it seems like propaganda.
I will totally, like, check it out if it's, like, legit, but,
watch how fast. Oh, I already read that.
But I don't think...
You know what? I haven't read Lord of the Flies, but I've heard things about it.
Creepy book. I think you can do without reading it. I don't know why they made
They
that.
said don't let it turn into Lord of the Flies.
Exactly. Nothing should ever go full Lord of the Flies. It should even go a
If you
little
go
bit.
full Lord of the Flies, you got
I don't
too
care
far.
if you're in a plane crash. Don't even think about that book.
All right, so we're gonna walk around
not
some
propaganda.
more.
I'll look it up for myself. Fine, I'll do the
I'll
work.
do it. I promise.
I like the way you think.
I promise
Take
you,
that
Captain
initiative.
Chaos. I will.
But what the hell? That would be crazy. If I find that video.
We're gonna film some more. We're gonna go around. We'll show you more, like the wider area of what's happening here. Or 1984. You know, I had a conversation with a coworker about 1984 today. I don't even want to go there because our work feels so much like 1984. I can't even explain it to you, but it's like the most 1984 job I can, like, it's basic. It's like a really basic job.
People have to teach themselves, or parents teach their kids, and that's the only way that people have been educated online for a long time. And even to this day, it's
Every time I hear a loud noise, I get so scared. I've heard so many flashbangs, guys. Like, it's crazy. All right.
I think it's cool now that
Hold
there's
on.
probably going to be a change.
I'm trying to rotate my camera. My camera. I don't know why my camera's doing it. Why the mask? Because I don't want to get anybody.
I see you. And that's all I ask for. Because it's not an applause thing. It just shows me how disappointed I can be in the system. Now a tear gas a group of people just because they got too close. That in New York, they want to push a young woman down just because she's protesting. See, the thing about it is, if you're an officer, you gotta leave your ego out the door first. Because you don't get paid for your ego. Just leave. Just leave. If you cannot leave your ego at the door, then being an officer is not the job for you. I don't care if you do it in public or do it in the dark, you know what shit to do. I'm a black man, right?
Yes.
I'm a black man, right?
Yes.
Should I be scared to walk down the street?
No.
Should I be scared if an officer looks at me?
No.
Should I grip my wheel a little tighter when I get pulled over?
No.
Should I have to be mindful of the excuses an officer would use just to give me a petty ticket, just to make sure that I don't look like another dude? No. Should I be scared?
No.
Why? Because my life matters.
Yes.
It's so funny. It's so funny. but a deadly sin is pride. It's a shame to see what happens when people choose time and time again to put their own ego and pride to support their ignorance rather than allowing humility and understanding to be the guiding forces of creating a better world. Because if we heal the streets, we just won't need you anymore. If we focus on healing and not putting a bandage each and every time to these wounds that we had, the post-traumatic slave disorder that we've had, the generational traumas that we had passed down to us, then we wouldn't need you anymore. It's a necessary evil, right? This evil's not necessary. The only reason why is because capitalism, right? That's really because they don't want people like me to work together with people like you so that way we can take down the thing that really matters. Honestly, I want to keep it straight with you. Half of y'all won't believe me. Some of y'all will choose to be oblivious. And officers, I know you want to stay silent. I'm not going to hold on long. Because I know some of y'all just want to go home tonight. We are in a war. Make no mistake. People in the back, I want you to hear me too. We are in a war right now. You know what happens in war? Divide and conquer. When they allow the people, the general mass, to not unite like this, they want to separate us by petty things. This uninfluential things that don't matter, like the total fucking shit. Of course, it's going to happen. They want to create a divide between me and you. Between me and you. And you. Actually, let me get to this. Let me tell you this. Because I was thinking about this when I was going to my uncle's guy, and I realized this is really a war. Women, do not applaud me. But women, especially black and brown women, I'm sorry. I'm sorry that you not only have to go through the same injustices, but that I wasn't there to protect you as a black man. It hurts me to see somebody sleeping, to know that somebody could be sleeping in their bed. Or you as a black man could be profiled on the street. And it is hard for me, as a black man, to come to your rescue, to stand in front of you, because I'm scared I'm going to get shot and killed for you. This is a damn shame. But this is a war. And a war, there's no rules, right? But now, listen, let me tell you something straight up. This is not a thing about just peaceful protest. This is not even a thing about just rioting. It's not about that. That's why. The only reason they carry sticks is because they're prepared for you to do the work. It's a self-fulfilling prophecy. You learn that in sociology. If we really want to influence change in a capitalist society, what do we got to do? I told you it's war, right? And if they want to divide and conquer, then we have to unite and fight. I'm patient. I'm not flagging in my blood to check who you are. We don't believe in that shit. And the last time we got faced with an oppressor, the last time an army stepped to our door, the heavens opened up to help us. Now let me ask you, I say this time and time again, we're writing history right now. We are literally, if you are watching this, not me, because I ain't shit. In the eyes of God, I am nothing. And I will remember my way to the day I turn to dust. But when this shit comes down the history book, when they're making the lines happen, when you're talking to your children, officers, this goes for you. Business owners, this goes for you. Corporate officials, this goes for you. 1% in the 99, this goes for you. When they write your name in the book and they show the line, what side do you stand on? Because I stand on the side of love eyes and peace. So let me ask you, which side are you on, my people? Which side are you on? white people, you know exactly what to do. Let me hear you. No justice.
No peace.
No justice.
No peace.
No justice.
No peace.
No justice.
No peace.
What do we want?
Justice.
What do we want?
Now.
What do we want?
Justice.
What do we want?
Now.
We don't get it.
Shut it down.
We don't get it.
Shut it down.
If I don't get it,
Shut it down.
you don't.
Shut it down.
If I don't get it,
Shut it down.
you don't get it.
Shut it down.
We don't get it.
Shut it down.
We don't get it.
Shut it down.
Power is the people's power.
Ain't no power in the power of the people, the power of the people don't stop. Ain't no power in the power of the people, the power of the people don't stop. Ain't no power in the power of the people, the power of the people don't stop. Ain't no power in the power of the people, the power of the people don't stop.
Louder, bro.
Bullets, killing people, blinding people, until they had nothing left, until they were exhausted and they were just completely depleted of resources. But that was a little bit different, people traveling out, like, states and states away to go to that. And this is just a few blocks away. That was a couple years ago. I don't know about that. If someone can tell me about that, like, message me. I would love to learn more. I don't know what that is. And I don't know who David Dorn was. Who is that? Are you messing with me? 77-year-old cop that died. Oh. Oh. Am I Antifa? Am I anti-fascism? Yes, of course I'm against fascism. Why would I be for fascism? I'm not the most powerful person in the world, so it doesn't benefit me. I'd rather have something that benefits all of us. Doesn't that make more sense? Does that make me anti-fascist? Yeah. I do not agree with what Hitler did. Oh, are you talking about, was that in Oregon? Was that the stuff that happened in Oregon? Oh, are you Antifa? I'm anti-fascist. Yes. I can talk more about that if you want. Do I own any clothing that says that? No. But of course, I'm against it, and I hope you are too. Oh, this is another little area. Like, so this is where, like, the protest was. It was like right here is where the police barricade was, and the National Guard. And this is where we were, like, the front lines getting shoved by National Guard, and, like, tear gas, and, flashbangs going off over here. But now this is what it is. It just, such a shift in energy in just a few days. It just kind of blows my mind. People went from just being so angry. And you see, people just move about. It's like a little city. Oh, yeah, Waco. This is, this isn't like somebody's house or like land, sparsely populated. There's like a few city blocks in a major metropolitan city. This is kind of just, I think everyone just is watching because it's like, what's going to happen here? What is happening? Kind of like, what is happening and what's going to happen? So over here, this is BLM, Black Lives Matter, and then it says fuck 12. And then I want to talk about this other symbol that's kind of been the new symbol of this movement, and it's this pink umbrella. So like I think it was the first time people got tear gas in Capitol Hill, which was like I think it was like on maybe Tuesday last week. You could see the video because this is where people were lined up, and people were filming down here from their apartments, so you had this really nice aerial shot of what was going on with the cops and what was going on with the front line. And so that video showed a cop grabbing someone's pink umbrella and ripping it out of their hands, and then like that sparking them to kind of like get aggressive with the people and start gassing them. And so people, like, that was the first day I saw like a couple dozen umbrellas out. And the next day, there were so many more. And then the third day, there was even more. And then the fourth day, somebody hands me an umbrella. And I'm like, wow, now I'm a part of the umbrella stuff. And then I gave it to Julissa to hold because I was live streaming. Yeah, this is like a new thing. Like, honestly, just a couple days old. But if you go on social media, you'll see this. You'll recognize it with things up around Seattle. People are identifying with it. I like it. And you could, people who followed Hong Kong, very, very Hong Kong inspired. It had me kind of terrified because I knew I had tracked white supremacist groups that had trained in Hong Kong during those, that big, movement there. And I was worried that there was some type of far right infiltrator, but no, I think people just, umbrellas are effective at blocking pepper spray. It's just something that's kind of neutral. Yeah, people did throw rocks and bottles, but is that enough to use a chemical weapon on somebody? Or should you just go into the crowd and arrest that person because the rest of the crowd was peaceful? Yes, there were people doing that. I'm not going to deny that, but I think that we need to rethink how we manage these crowds and manage these movements, because that's not a peaceful protest, but neither is attacking people with chemical weapons that aren't even allowed in warfare. Do you want anything to drink?
I'm good, but this is really cool.
So you see they got coffee out here.
Wait, they got a little camera.
They got art. Hey, you should paint something, babe. Dump Durkin. Oh, we know about Durkin. Hong Kong's actually democratic, right?
I'm not sure. My guess would be by now. Maybe.
So, yeah, you can see more umbrellas. I really like it. Kind of trying to block people's faces. I don't want to show. I'm not really supposed to be showing them, but this is just great. So many foods to choose from. I have food in my house, so I don't want to take anything. I would just feel too guilty. But it's just really amazing because I'm a tourist. I love food. This is a false narrative. I mean, this is pretty cool, but whatever you say, Mike. Keeston. Thank you for your donations. Aw. Maybe I shouldn't show that. You can see more porta potties. Somebody asked who's paying for these. That's a good question. I don't know. If someone can find that out and let me know, that'd be great. And don't tell me George Soros. Vocabulary of a 14-year-old. Me? Thanks. I thought I was closer to 10, but 14. I mean, I'm that's a compliment. Thank you. Out on concrete. No. So they said they heard someone put soil out on concrete to farm on it. No, I have not seen that. I've not seen that. I've been around, kind of all the autonomous zone in Seattle, and I have not seen that. Yeah, there is this park, but this park has fake grass.
Oh, yeah.
This actually does have everything to do with Black Lives Matter. And the pink umbrella, it represents police brutality, which is a universal concept. More harshly applied to those who have been, institutionalized, to be brought down by the system. Right, there's my 14-year-old coming out. Going on behind Callie. You know what? Let's head over to Callie Anderson's. Go check that out. Okay. Here's another little area. I'm not gonna film it, but this was they got lawyers' numbers up. Let's go check out. Let's go look for this garden. I like that. If you want to donate, here's Venmos. So if anybody out there wants to support, That's where you do it. Hit them up. The seawater. But I don't want to show this, but this is the medic area, and this is the area where they brought the woman who was shot with the tear gas to her chest, and they brought her here to treat her, which has been known as set up as the medic area. Like the cops had to have been aware of that, but unfortunately, they still gassed the area while she was being treated. They had to like escape the gas and escape the gas again. It's being talked about on the national news. I'm happy that that narrative or that conversation, that dialogue is happening. Sorry, my 14-year coming out. And yeah, it's just crazy that happened.
That's for you guys.
Oh, cool.
Music, give it a shot. Can I autograph it for you guys too? I got one for you.
Oh yes.
Left out. We're just doing a
do you-
friendly fundraiser today.
Do you have any cash on you?
Yes, we just have the donation. We also accept Venmo, Apple Pay. We accept cards. You get a receipt right here.
Do you have any cash on you?
Anything, honey.
I've got a couple of bucks.
Yeah.
I feel bad.
What's your Venmo?
Oh, I got.
Venmo. Right over here. Thank you.
I'm live streaming right now. So do you wanna tell people like what your group is and why you're out here?
Yeah. We're ATM music.
Oh, yeah.
We're just fundraising right now. We're trying to get a venue at the moment, so we're just raising donations with our dream, with our music. Cool. So we're just out here interacting with you guys. We love you guys.
Cool.
Spreading positivity.
Yeah.
And I seen they tell me I'm better than Keith Sweat.
Oh yeah.
I'm just no, I'll do hip hop.
Yeah, I mean, I'm live streaming right now, but if you write your Venmo down, I'll Venmo you when I get off my live stream.
Okay, just here, give her this one. Write my cash out. You got cash out? That'll be cash.
I don't have cash out.
Because if you do the Venmo, here, you know what? Just take that one for free. Don't even worry about the Venmo. It's all good. I love you guys.
I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Take care, ladies. Stay safe.
So yeah, that was pretty confusing. Like I ain't gonna lie. I'm not sure what just happened. I got something that, you know what, as I say, I'm all for supporting the arts, but I'll never put a CD in my computer that I don't know where that shit came from. It's been hot in Texas. Wow, let's go this way. I couldn't imagine protesting in heat right now. It was like a little bit hot earlier, but it wasn't that bad. But I grew up in SoCal, and it got pretty hot there, not Texas hot. But I hope those people stay safe and hydrated. So easy to get dehydrated out here. Utopian, I mean, you're not wrong. You kind of are. It's recolonizing the land.
Yeah.
I mean, you can call it that.
And they clean it up together.
You're right, it's different. That's kind of what's like, different about this movement is the fact that people don't just live here. It's like they're doing that cycle, and it's like a collective contribution. It's just not a core group of people and they just stay here 24/7. It's like everyone's taking turns to hold the streets down. And it's not just like, oh, I'm gonna go lay in the park and have fun. It's terrifying. You don't know what's gonna happen. You don't know who could come and seriously attack this place. But it's
Yes, can everybody hear me? Great, we got a second mic.
Because it was terrifying before.
No. Sorry, they asked me if I was there when the car drove through the protesters. No, I was there earlier that day with my girlfriend. We were like napping, and it was like the most relaxed vibe ever. We went and we like bought masks, and we're like, okay, let's go out again. We took a nap, and we woke up, and that had happened. And we were gonna go, but we took a nap instead. And that was just terrifying.
Have us presented to them, or at least have a conversation with us, like they're definitely actually working at each other. Cool. There's small business liaison. I don't know who it is. And a Bob was going off, and I will get that name for you guys. Sure, yeah. Any other questions for you? We have like a light, what about
Chat. Hi. So who can people go to that are actual residents of the autonomous zone to address concerns that they have about the area?
I'm assuming most of this will be.
The best team for that is to go to them directly. All over lots of ideas. Those are in the place. But if you see them with our eyes, no. There's a few businesses down down at the bottom down on that side over there, down on the other street that people work with. And the other day it was kind of weird, but there was people up there in that building right next to the police shrink that would donate to and help with the time. Now I do not know the name, but I can get you back with that too. I'm willing to do whatever you guys need me to do.
I guess the issue that I have is like that no one wants to take power because they don't want to be like that biased voice.
Like,
Also, because maybe just like speak with it.
It's really difficult to know like who to turn to right now, and I know that no one wants to assume any like quote unquote power, and especially if you're going to do so, like how do we understand that that's legitimate power? And assume that like that person is biased, so we can kind of like push back on that. So what's the structure, or how are we going to achieve some sort of communal hierarchy that we all feel comfortable with? What's your issue? I don't know the wrong word.
Free protection. I do have some concerns with the people that live here right now. One of them is mail and delivery. Our mail has been that there are people living with immunocompromised systems who need deliveries. We need the barriers down for certain hours of the day so that we can have deliveries by food, deliveries by groceries, and deliveries by mail. Trash day will be Thursday. That is trash and recycling. If we miss this day, that means our shit piles up for 2 weeks. Everybody knows that we've all missed recycling once, and that's not cute. What are you going to do about trash and recycling on the 11th? Those are our two first primary concerns. But the people that live here, well, medical as well, there are concerns about first responders. There are elderly people that live in these buildings on these streets. There are people that are afraid. You've displaced a lot of people here. You are now...
Okay, absolutely.
I understand this. I'm talking about the people that are afraid. They're currently afraid. I understand the greater issues, and I am very mindful of them. But I'm talking about right now the people that because I've been doing this for a long time. Because I'm an activist and a protester, and I've been out here for a long time. All right. Now my goal is to speak about the needs of the people that are living in this area, and there are many of them that are afraid and don't know what's happening, and they're looking for answers. That's what we want.
Yep.
No, I mean, I think that's it. Those are some of the initial concerns that we have. Those are some of the initial concerns that we have. The barriers in general are a question. I want to support what you're doing here. I think it's a fantastic experiment. I look forward to seeing what you do with this great opportunity. And I don't want to step on the greater message that is of vital importance at hand. But as the people that live in this area that is now being called the autonomous zone, there's some real just day-to-day nuts and bolts things that we need answered as well. There's deliveries for the businesses. Some businesses can't get delivery trucks in. So we do need... Okay, well, all right, great, no worries. Sure, yeah, understood. But yeah, so, those are just real concerns. And then when we try to ask these questions, it's them, there's nobody there to help us. And so now we're just starting and opening that dialogue. And that's what the whole idea is to figure this out now, because this is all very new still, right? I mean, time feels like it's been going on forever, but this has only been a day or so.
Thank you for your voice. Brother, what's your name? I had a conversation with you. It was like a 40-minute conversation yesterday. Cam, yeah. We're here. We had that conversation. You know my name. You have my number, email, and that is one of our biggest concerns. We've been having meetings with the fire department, SPU, SDOT, and even the mayor has sent her assistant every morning at like 5 a.m. or something like that, 7 a.m. I think or something like that. They're all calling my number, and then I try and bring as many people that are out here as possible. Usually there's like 12 or 8 people, and then we have a conversation about what we can do and how we can help. That's why we changed the barricades. We're trying to take away barricades and put planter boxes. We've been putting up the porta potties, and those have been getting drained out twice a day. We've been cleaning up our own garbage, but then we also have, the garbage people who are doing that. We had concerns about the trash cans and making sure that we knew where they were at, and that they could actually get to them, and they haven't had an issue with that. We have the ingress and egress already taken care of. That's why the barricades of the planter boxes have 13 feet, because the trucks that need to come in are 9 feet wide. So we have 13 feet to give them extra. We have already said anyone that needs to come in or out, residents, especially delivery people, come in, come out. We're not in the way of that. And we will double check and talk to anyone because we're not one group, it's everyone here. So we're just communicating. That's all it is. And that's why I want to communicate with you about that. We do not want to be a nuisance to anyone, even though I think everyone has the right to be, but we still don't want to be because we're better than that. So we're trying to, we understand that you're here and we want to respect you as well. I like to be a respectful person, just period. So that's what we're doing, and just communicate with us. It doesn't have to be an issue. We're just finding solutions at this point. So yeah, but we'll get back to it. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Cam.
Okay, for everybody, we're taking suggestions. We're listening the best we can. But before we get into the crux of what we came here for today, we have to first acknowledge that we were on stolen land to begin with. So we didn't get a free land. We reclaimed this land to share with our indigenous brothers, sisters, and fellow humans. Okay, so yeah, absolutely. Make some noise for them, baby. We got it back for you. We got it back for you. Now you can come here and handle it. Now you can come here and handle it from here the right way. We have a chance here to do something the right way. You feel me? We really do have a chance to do something the right way. Hell yeah. Yeah, exactly. That's how you should be responding. And I know a lot of people, now, again, it's not about the excitement right now. Trust me, there's going to be a lot of excitement today. This is going to be a beautiful, amazing thing. But what we need to do is establish that this was stolen land. We reclaimed it. And now we have to understand the traditions of our indigenous friends and brothers and sisters and human beings. You guys understand what we're saying? So, yeah. Okay, cool. It's all right. No. So what that means, I love it. I appreciate it. But we're going to be here a while. So save the voice. So what we're going to do is just wait until all of those elders arrive so we can accurately handle this situation. That's our goal here, is to get as many people heard as possible and to show people what society can really be like right here. So give us 30 minutes. If you want to congregate, figure out some thinking points and whatever you want to do, but we have to set the intentions and do it properly before anything else is done. Everybody understand that? All right, much love. Thank you for being here. Yeah.
Will you text Alvin and tell him to maybe go on pause? We are waiting for...
Cause leaders were keeping secrets, kept truth bottled up like red wine. Just so stocks could sell before the Dow Jones dropped and fell. Making millions by portraying billions, and I hope they rot in hell. Meanwhile, for me, got my kinfolk is limbo, and the rules are simple. Shelter in place, nothing non-essential. Watch the news, try not to go mental. No test, just push back tax day. Like that's the answer for the black plague. No leadership, just greediness. They don't care if the people live. Trying to feed our kids.
Now where we headed, we don't know. Can't see whatever's down the road. It's hard to go on. We gotta hold on. I know it's so strong. You know I'll never let you go. It's not
Well, Marty Garrett. How many freedom fighters we have here? How many protesters? How many rioters? Listen, they asked me to come up here and explain how this precinct got here. We're the only black community in America that blocked the police precinct from being sited in our neighborhood. Kitty corner from our library, Douglas Truth Library, a block and a half from Garfield High School, across the street from SVI. It took us 3 years. They came at us 3 times. If they had to come the 4th time, well, here's something real interesting. We did it with 3 black folks and about 30 lesbian, gay activists. Does anybody know who Patrick Haggerty is? Patrick Haggerty is a gay guy that made one of the first country and western gay records. He's a legend and he lives in the islands. But he was one of our main shock troops. So when we defeated them the 3rd time, we was bloody. If they had to come the 4th time, they might have ran over. So the mayor called me and said, where to put it? I said, put it down on 12th and Pine in the gay neighborhood. Why? Because we knew the gays didn't want it down here either. So by the time they fought it off and they came back at us again, we'd have our energy back. But the rich gay neighborhood accepted it. So that's how it got down here. So every time I get arrested, which is 20 times, 22 times, and I defeated them 20, and I got a court case right now, but I can't get into court because the court is closed. And every time they send me a letter to show up, I show up and I can't get in. I'm so glad to be able to live, to be 74, and see young people, freedom fighters. Unfortunately, I got arrested at WTO, but I was proud of Seattle because they couldn't get nothing accomplished. And they said, oh, police, why didn't you control them? They said, you ever tried to control 50,000 people with 1,000 policemen that they got to police the whole city? Then, unfortunately, I got arrested at the Occupy movement. And they was down in Westlake Mall, and the weather was coming.
We had occupied this horseman school, and it's a big school, it's empty. So when you got a movement, you have to have a place to move your people out of the rain. But unfortunately, they moved up to Seattle Community College. And if you can't control who can come in and out of your environment, you know what they're going to do. They're going to send a bunch of folks and then say, oh, they're drug addicts and they doing this and that, and they make you move. So unfortunately, I was in the federal penitentiary because I went to Vietnam as a seaman, and half the stuff on the ship was already sold to Viet Cong, because you know, war is just a money-making racket. So when I got back, they took me out of the Merchant Marines and put me in the Army. Well, I was the only trainee that had been to Vietnam, and I had a ball, exposing all the lies that they was telling. But I didn't know when you rock the boat, you go to federal penitentiary. Federal penitentiary, Leavenworth, Kansas. After 6 months, when they released me, I saluted the high wall for the education I got from the lifers, because they had been all over the world. And you know, when young people go all over the world, they can tell you what's happening all over the world. So I guarantee you, I was in Japan, I was in Vietnam, I lived 6 months in London, I went all over Europe. I lived 4 years in Africa, went all over Africa. And guess what? Everywhere you go, young people are standing up and saying no to European settler colonialism. Now they try to confuse you with racism. Well, how can there be racism when there's only one race, the human race? On top of that, we got different colors, different cultures, different religions, but guess what? We're all the same. We want to be happy, raise our children, and see other people happy. But guess what? Capitalism, greed, greed, and more greed. And that's why you're here today to tell them, no, there's enough resources. There's enough resources in the world for everybody. But Bezos is moving to be $1 trillion man. Can you imagine one person, if you tell him to count all of his money, he'll be dead before you count it. In the city that we live, every direction you go, somebody living in a tent. And this Bezos got $1 trillion. How can you have an economic system that allows one person to have $1 trillion and other people can't even afford a place to live? So I want to thank you all for being freedom fighters. Everybody put up your fist. Because that's what we're fighting for. Freedom for the people in Vietnam, freedom for the people to be in South Africa. When we started fighting against apartheid in 1969, it was like bumping your head up against a concrete wall. And now the whole world is fighting apartheid. And the last thing, we have to pay the Native Americans, the Africans America, reparations. We can't just say, oh, we're sorry. We're sorry. You know the police don't kill millionaires? Who knows where Broadmoor is? Broadmoor is where the rich people live at the bottom of Madison. They don't allow a Jew in Broadmoor. They don't allow a Black person in Broadmoor unless you're coming in to clean the toilets. Now they decided they're going to make the whole Central District Broadmoor. But guess what? You're here to make sure that doesn't happen. So just remember, We're freedom fighters.
I'll get you my number. My phone is out of service right now. Huh? I'm really bad. The bill? I'm like $7. I'll have it in a few days. Don't worry about it. Thank you.
Yeah, I live.
Peace, y'all. It's KY King Garrett, Africatown Community Land Trust, Central District, King County Equity Now, and the son of the living legend that just left the stage. So I was asked to speak about King County Equity Now Coalition and the demands that are being pressed there. But I have to ask you a question first. Take a knee. Take a knee.
Pay the fee.
No, pay the fee, right? Take a knee.
Pay the fee.
Take a knee.
Pay the fee.
Hug and hold hands. Free the land. No, free the land. Right? Hug and hold hands.
Free the land.
Hug and hold hands.
Free the land.
No, free the land. All right. So we want to just stay focused on what we have to be focused on, right? And that's what this coalition is about. And I appreciate the opportunity to come and share, be in the community of those that held this down, freed this land for this time, you know, been on this front line, all of those that's been serving with mutual aid. Our brother, Omari Salisbury, he asked me, you know, I don't know, 10 days? 10 days, you need to come down here. You need to come down here. Leadership needs to be down here. And I'm like, the leadership is gonna come from the people that are there, because we're on the front line in our community in the Central District in the South End where they got their knee on our neck, and we're making sure that our strategy is strong so that we can free our land. So give it up to everybody that freed the land right here. You know, give it up to that, you know. Forgetting, I mean, who does this public facility belong to? Whose building is this? Who pays for this building? Okay. Sometimes a lot of people forget that, right? So, yeah, he asked us to come down, you know, 10 days ago, and man, this is, you guys have been blessed to have this brother up here, you know, delivering the information directly to the community, to the world as that, you know. He came and he helped us, you know, set off the Africatown media, and now he's here building his platform, the Converge Media. People continue to support Converge Media, giving a voice to people. That's important. Communications is critical. So they couldn't do things that they wanted to do, maybe, because there was a lot of eyes on them. So let's give it up for Brother Omari Salisbury and Converge Media. Now, we talked about the leadership. We all have to lead. We are not looking for any messiahs, right? No one's coming to save us. We are the ones that we've been waiting for, right? We are the ones. We learn from all those great leaders that came before us, and we learn from the leaders that are amongst us, that we share with each other. And someone might be best, and someone might be on a certain post, but we all have to take our sacrifices. So, me sharing, you know, some of this information and some of these things, you know, all of our security levels are going up, you know, as we go ahead and draw lines, press the line, and hold the line. And we start talking about really shifting the resources to the community control. we got to expect the system to react. And their main tool is violence. So we are, you know, keeping each other what? Keeping each other what? Safe, so that we can complete the what? Complete the mission. And the mission is to what? Hug and hold hands? No. All right. I'm just making sure we on point so I can talk about KingCountyEquityNow.com. If you haven't been there and signed up, go there, because that's what we're talking about, actually getting control of the land and the resources that are supposed to impact our lives. Getting control of the land, the capital, and the access to the resources that control our lives. So that's why we said it's okay for them to take a knee, but what we really need is for their bosses to what? Pay the fee. Because there is a security guard, and then there's an owner of the establishment, right? And so here we saw the security guards, but the owners of the establishment at some point said it's better for you to what? Leave. But we're not going to mistake a retreat for the end of the what? The war. We're in a war, right? We see people dying. We see people with guns and all of that. That means there's some type of war going on. People being taken as prisoners of war, because when you get incarcerated out here standing for your rights and freedom, you're a prisoner of war, right? And so we don't want to mistake a retreat and them gathering different strategies for winning the war. A battle has been won. Give it up for the battle being won. And this is an example to others that the people have the power, and when they don't trick us and make us fearful, we can win. And as more people see that example and keep adding on, then we'll keep getting more and larger wins. So King County Equity Now is about specific land in our community that needs to be developed so that our community can stay in the place in Central District that the Black community has called home for almost 140 years. There's sites like the decommissioned Fire Station 6 on 23rd and Yesler that is supposed to be used as a William Gross. For those who don't know who William Gross was, he was the Black pioneer that founded the Central District by buying 12 acres of land in 1882 from Henry Yesler. Okay, so the William Gross Center for Enterprise and Cultural Innovation, so that we can tap the genius, cultivate the genius in our community to be connected with the economic opportunities that are around us, right? Sustainable economics, cooperative economics. We don't have a facility that makes that possible, that teaches that shows us how to take our skills, our genius, our interest, and bring it to the market and do trade with each other in ways that make us all more economically sustainable. That's what that facility is supposed to be dedicated for. That's what we need immediate access for. There's a site in South Seattle on Martin Luther King in Alaska, that community organizations that have been working for years, getting young people out of the criminal justice system, like community passageways and creative justice, taking them out of the school to prison pipeline, wants to build housing and resources and services all in one place to serve those young people again and taking control and moving their life in a positive way. That property is owned by Sound Transit. That needs to be turned over to the community so that can be built as soon as possible. The other major thing, there's other properties that are identified that you can see when you go to KingCountyEquityNow.com, and more will be coming on. But the whole point is that we need equity across all aspects of life. So the plan is just beginning. But we need equity in education. We need equity in healthcare. We need equity in the economy, right? And so people will come forth with their best plans, what they call it crowdsourcing, the brilliance and the best ideas that we all should get behind and put our collective energy, because when our collective energy is behind an agenda, it moves us faster. It moves us farther. So that's what that's about. And the other important thing is control over the resources that are supposed to impact our lives. There's hundreds of millions of dollars, billions of dollars that are allocated. It comes from the government. It comes from philanthropy. And it's supposed to make things better for us, improve our education, close the achievement gap, you know, other social services, hunger, job training. But none of these resources seem to be under the control of the communities that they're supposed to help. So we want to make sure that those communities have control so that self-determined, community-based, community-led, and community-accountable solutions can be put in place. You support that? We got people sitting in offices and they just pass the money around, and the outcomes of it, they're not even impacted by. We don't see them in our community. They're not going to visit people in jail. They're not taking calls from people in jail. They're not dealing with J-Pay. They're not dealing with these realities that are the outcomes of their decisions. So the people who have to deal with those realities and the outcomes of those decisions should be the ones controlling those decisions. And so those are some of the main points. Also divesting, getting police out of schools. I know police in schools is not what makes Lakeside a great school. That's not what makes it a safe school, or Seattle Prep, right? It's having access to the resources, the technology, the opportunities to travel all over the world and things like that is what makes those safe schools and great schools. And so that's what we want in our schools, not a police officer getting paid $150,000 to get people and introduce them into the prison industrial complex. And of course, divest. You guys gonna make this a community center? Is that what this is gonna become? A community center? Hey, I look forward to it. Whatever you decide, you've been here, you are the people, you make a decision and that's what it becomes. And that's the same thing that we're focusing on in the Central District and in South Seattle, is taking control of our communities and what happens in our community. So that's how we're gonna make it safer. That's how we're gonna make it greater. It's for equity now. Pay the fee. Pay the fee.
Pay the fee.
Free the land.
Free the land.
Pay the fee.
Pay the fee.
Free the land.
Free the land.
Peace.
Testing. All right. Hey everyone, real quick before I get into my ask, is there anyone in the community that can sign for us on stage? Anybody who can sign? Sign language? Any chance you can come up here and help us out? Thank you so much. Just gonna wait for them to set up shop for I talk to you all. How's everyone feeling? It's a beautiful day in Seattle. Glad to see the rain. Okay. All right, thank you. Thank you for coming up. Thank you for volunteering your services. Hey everyone. I'm a little nervous. There's a lot of people. I never spoke before this many people before. Thank you. My name is Nadia Miller. Everyone who loves me calls me Naz. I was born in Tacoma, raised in Seattle, 31 years old, educator, entrepreneur, queen mother, revolutionary thinker. I'm raising 2 Black boys in the city that I love. And I want to tell you, it's important to me to tell you a little bit about myself because I'm going to ask you for your help in a moment here. This is the first time I've been back to the newly dubbed autonomous zone since before the precinct was left to us. And what amazing changes. It's beautiful to see all your faces out here. Joaquin touched on all of the things that need to be touched on. specifically for our Black community. And I want to make sure that I lift that up because we need to remember that that's what brought us out here is Black lives. And I'm so thankful to see all of your faces. And I have been thankful every single time I've been in this space. I've been thankful to see everyone's faces here fighting for Black lives. I just can't help to notice every time that I'm here that it's hard for me. I don't see as many faces that I know identify the same way I do as a Black woman, as a Black person. And so what I'm gonna ask your help for today is filling out a survey. My mother's here, she just flew up from LA. Miss Jessie, she will drop her bio way better than I can, but she's a decorated activist from Tacoma. She came up here specifically because she's seen what's going on here and she's been down in LA as well. And she wanted to come help me because she knows that I've been preparing for this revolution for a long time. Just before the protests really started heavily, we paid the fee to launch our family's nonprofit. And that's a big deal because that's business, that's economics. And we're talking about generational wealth in the Black community. Before we launched that nonprofit, we were already entrepreneurs, again, generational wealth in the Black community. And that's something you should give it up for. And yeah. I was fortunate enough to be able to, fortunate and unfortunate enough to be raised in a private Catholic institution. So it means that I learned the skills to maneuver in all different types of settings, specifically white institutions. And that allowed me to thrive after I was able to get out of those white institutions. But not all of us have that pleasure or displeasure because there are really hard things about being the only Black girl in a white institution from kindergarten to 8th grade. And I'm light skinned, so comes with a lot. I want to see more people that I know identify the same way as me as a Black woman out here on this hill because it's about us. And I also know that in order to do that, to make our community feel safe, we need to get the input from that community. But we also want the input from all the people who have been here, putting in the time to get that collective voice. I've been working mostly behind the scenes strategizing from home in my home office and things like that because I recognized that my role out on this front line was not the same as everybody else's. I'm not comfortable, chanting at police and things when that was the MO, but I am comfortable talking to people like this. So this survey is to identify where you all think that you can plug in, where you want to plug in. It's also important, community gathering and discussions are great, but not everybody feels comfortable speaking in front of this amount of people or even smaller groups. So for those of you who feel like you need a place to voice your opinions, concerns, ideas, that's what this survey is for. These results are going to be available to everyone in the team here who is wishing to continue to grow this. Our organization, the Harriet Tubman Foundation for Safe Passage, we'll be using it also to organize further. And we want to compensate people of Black people specifically to come up here and share their gifts and talents, to educate everyone up here who in my experiences in the autonomous zone for this past week, I can't believe it's only been a week, by the way, is that our allies are looking for education. They really want to understand the why we are out here, why anti-Black racism is so powerful and just how deep it goes. So we want to create that opportunities, but also keeping in mind that it's not fair to ask any Black person to come share their gifts for free. So there are a couple of QR codes down here. Please come reach out to me. My mother, my best friend Kaya, business manager, will have the QR code. We've got the short link if you can't scan. And also would love to connect to you further, with you further. Thank you so much. Power to the people.
Y'all make some noise for Nas. Come on now, make some noise for her, please, please, please. Wait, she got another plug. Go ahead.
Okay, sorry, one more plug. I turned it off. Saturday, we're bringing our network of Black women up here to the autonomous zone to come share what they're willing to experience this firsthand. And if you're interested in getting on the mic, getting a little more information, please reach out to us. We're right over here. This coming Saturday from 2 to 5, we're planning on having a whole bunch of Black women up here. So please tap in.
All right, y'all, you free people. What we're gonna do next is a absolutely critical step. It's amazing that everybody is here, but we have to begin to understanding our own individual roles. So we're gonna break out into some think tank groups, get some, excuse me real quick, let me just come out. All right, let me come out here with y'all. Go, Miss Lady. Jesus Christ. Am I good? My apologies, my apologies. Okay, so we're gonna break out into some think tank groups here in a second. And so what I want you to do first is communicate with your neighbors around you. Get to introduce yourself, because when we're building community, the best way to address community is to understand your community members. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Oh no, I just said, is that okay? All right, I wanted to speak and talk to the people before you guys break up in your groups, okay? I think a few of you, a lot of you have heard me speak before. Yeah? Him and I heard too. Yeah? Because I've been here every day. I told you, every fucking day. And I meant that shit. So I get what the fuck I want every damn day, okay? Some concerns I have that we need to talk about when you talk in your little groups, okay? You need to adjust that we are not trying to be the police. We're trying to be better than them, okay? So when it comes to policing each other, we need to do better. And I think the things that have taken place in the last couple of days are definitely proof of that. We can't do better. We will do better, all right? Speak that shit into fruition. But we need to start talking about action and a plan now. Please do that within your groups, okay? Maybe we can provide some training and get some official people that have the mental capacity to do so, to do that, all right? We'll figure it out. But we need to do this together, all right? It's on us, leader. Like, there are leaders here, but you need to understand within your little clusters, you got to make leaders too. That is the only way this is going to work. All righty? Okay. Next, I said this yesterday. Not all of you were here. It is very important that you take care of yourself. Take care of your body, your mind, and your spirit, because you cannot be here with a fucked up head and not at 100%. And we can't ask you to do some shit and think you're going to deliver 100%, right? It doesn't go in hand. So what we need is people to take care of themselves. We really need that. Also, I need you guys to understand this, that this area is contaminated. It was literally a war zone, okay? I am being affected by the chemicals I was exposed to still, all right? So it's important that you take your hot showers, drink your tea, do what you got to do. See us, you know what I mean? You really got to pay attention to that. We need to also talk about cleaning these streets, okay? Not just keeping them clean of garbage and trash, but I'm talking about putting up our own art. Let's get in contact with Native Americans. Let's give them their streets back too. Okay? Okay? It sounds like we can agree on that right now. So that's something to talk about in your cluster as well. We need to address that, okay? Stop saying our streets. These are not our fucking streets, guys. Okay? It's disrespectful. It's really disrespectful. So let's, Hey, girl, I am. So let's start there by addressing the system that trained us to be this way. We have to start with our own rhetoric, okay? That's on us too, personally. If we really are about changing this shit, it starts with each and every single person here today, all right? It is on every individual to educate the family that you don't have here, whatever message they miss, please Educate them. That is the only way this works, okay? We're all our own leaders. Don't think that we're up here trying to punk you. You get to decide for yourself. Everybody gets what they want, okay? That is the message that I stood from day one. Because I know if I don't get what I want as a Black woman, none of y'all get what the fuck. Like, I am the last, I'm the bottom totem pole. You know what I'm saying? So if I get it, everybody gets it. Do you understand that? All right, so we need to stand together and figure this shit out. Today is a thinking and organizing day on all of us, not just the people you see up here. We need help. We are spreading ourselves thin, okay? Now, every time I disappear, some shit pops off. But I'm back at 100% because I took my time. So I suggest you do the same. All right? So we can figure this shit out. I'm going to hand the mic over to my brother right now because he got something to say too.
I don't have much to say today, but I think if you were over here at this park yesterday when we had the 6 p.m. with Shama, it just for her, like I'm going to speak on that too as well, for her being a Black woman in America, and she approached Shama, and Shama kind of dismissed her, you know what I'm saying? Like she approached her and she was like, hey, we got some things to say for the people in the streets. And with that being said, it's just like Shama kind of looked at her and she was like, well, yeah, we'll get to you. We got some speakers that are already about to speak. And it's just like, do you understand? Hold on. Do you understand how much work this young lady has put in these streets as we're marching, as we're getting tear gas, as we're getting concussed? You know what I'm saying? So the amount of work and effect, Shama has been out here, don't get me wrong, but the amount of work and the countless hours and the countless days this young Black woman has put in these streets and has spoken to each and every one of you each and every day with the same heart, with the same intentions, and with the same attitude, I think she deserved a spot to speak on that stage. You feel me? Because I believe what she has to say is a little bit less organized. Shama had her paper with everything, you know, mapped out and listed out. When she gets up here, as soon as she starts speaking, the real comes out of her heart. And I think that's what the streets need today. So with that being said, I took it upon myself, honestly, not out of ill mind or not out of one-upping someone. This is what she's talking about when you get in these circles. When you get in these circles, you have to be the leader within yourself too as well. Because if you're not a leader within these circles, then everybody starts standing around and looking around like who's going to do what. Sometimes you got to step up. Sometimes you got to be that leader. Sometimes you got to be that speaker. So what I did is I went in there and I told Shama that was the right thing to do. That wasn't cool, but I'm on her team. This is my Black woman. I'm going to protect her every single day that we step into these streets. She will be protected by me. This is my family. This is my family officially, and it's only been 10 days. You can make family out here too. You got to look each other in the eyes and you got to know for sure that I'm going to ride for this. Because like I said before, there are people in these streets that are willing to die for this Black Lives Matter movement and for their families, okay? So when you out here, don't get it twisted, okay? Don't get it twisted. If you out here, you need to be out here and you need to be ready to be active. And so when I stepped on that stage, I spoke because I got my team with me, you feel me? And if you got a team with you and you get in circles and you create a team within the people that you're talking to, I guarantee you our progression will be so much faster. So when we get in these circles and we get in these groups, just remember people like her. Just remember people like yourselves who spent countless hours and countless days to make change. Can we do that? All right, I think she got one more thing to say and I think we're done. Are we good? All right, we good. So get in these circles and get your business done. Okay, hold on. We can't tell.
I go by Nate. So you'll be seeing more of me. Like I said, I meant what I said every day until they start listening to us, especially like Councilwoman. Understand that was a power move, guys. Pay attention. She's playing politics. I'm playing that real because I want real fucking change. All right.
I just wanted to address some things because since day one, since I've been out here, I've been getting disrespect. I've been called Uncle Tom. I've been called a bitch. I am part of the Black queer community, and I'm trying to do everything possible to keep all of you safe. My mom and other women have also said to me, and this is what I found to be true, which is why I did not come out yesterday, because I had conflicted feelings. Don't ever volunteer yourself to a movement, because your people will use you. Do you hear me? If you offer yourself up to your own people, they will use you. I'm still offering myself up. I don't have to. I'm trying to make sure that we create change within our city. And I'm new here. I'm from Milwaukee. But I am making sure that we make change. It starts with us every day. Whenever you step outside, know that you cannot be out here trying to make sure that, like it's just about you. It's about everyone. Do not be selfish. Think about that. And I'm on both sides. I'm trying to make sure that we create change within the city council and within these streets, because it starts on both fucking sides. We have to figure out how we can work together. I know some of y'all were shaking your head, no, fuck that. But seriously, think about it. Because what happened last night kind of pissed me off a little bit, because we had started making sure that, we had that implemented where we were keeping each other safe. And everybody was like, oh, who the fuck are these people? Who are y'all? It's not about who we are. Take a listen. Listen. If you have any questions, ask. Stop making assumptions, because you know what that does. It makes an ass out of you. For all my street artists, do not be afraid to spread your voice. Do what you feel, because it's a point of expression. If that's how you can express yourself, then express yourself. And I can say this because I'm an artist, okay? Know that. You don't have to fear anybody in these streets. Do that.
Hi. So I kind of came up, I've been out here, you guys have seen me. But I came up here to ask a question that's floating around online that I think we've all kind of seen. In the past 2 days, there are 2 videos that surfaced showing protesters, someone who was graffitiing last night was beat up. And then there are other videos that surface of people fighting between each other, men and women. And allegations of domestic abuse. So I think the question I'm asking and I'm wondering is, what is the leadership that we're choosing here? What does it look like? How do we feel empowered by the people that are speaking, to the chief, to the mayor? I didn't elect these people. These people's ideologies don't represent mine. And so the people have self-appointed themselves. And of course, leaders rise to the occasion. I have had to rise to the occasion of having to speak this up, even though I didn't want to, because it's uncomfortable. But how do we let people rise to the occasion, but they have to be held accountable? How are we going to replicate the same shit we're trying to tear down? And I love that I see people here, armed, ready to protect us. I thought that meant we were getting protection from white supremacists. I didn't know we had to police each other. I didn't know graffiti was bad. I didn't know people speaking their mind was bad. And so when we talk about policing and when we talk about defunding the police, abolishing the police, these are big words. And a lot of these ideologies and theories were built on by Black women. How many of you read Black women? Huh? I saw on Amazon, the #1 bookseller right now is like White Fragility, written by a white person. Why, y'all? They're Black women telling you what they've been working on this for decades. And so I love what we do on the street, but it has to be backed by theory. It has to be backed by people who've been putting in the work. We're not new. This has been a thing. Black abolitionists have existed, and they've been murdered by the state. And so
when we arm ourselves and use our Second Rights Amendment and all that shit, I don't want to see protesters getting policed for our behaviors. We're trying to build a world where we don't have to police each other, where poor people don't have to be policed for their behaviors. And so how do we create a communication where I feel just as empowered like anyone else here to come up here, speak their mind, and hold people self-appointing themselves accountable? Because we did not vote for these people. The second matter I want to talk about is I love the conversations we're having. I love the fact that we're talking about this new beautiful world we're all trying to create. But if you followed what Chief Best is saying, she wants this building back. She thought we were going to burn it down. When they realized we weren't going to burn it down, they want it back. So I think the question, yes, we need to build community and stuff, but we are in the middle of an uprising. That means we have to keep the pressure on. We have to keep the heat. It's not just about talking. And the talking, all of it works. In the past week and a half, whatever, I've had to learn that different tactics are important. There were moments I've been proved wrong where I said we should march. Some people said we should stay, and that paid off. And so I think it's important to acknowledge different tactics work. We need people pressuring city council, mayor, marching, holding our ground, protecting our street, whatever it looks like. But I think we need to really think about, okay, we create our circles and we talk, but what are we doing today to make them work for it? Cops are just sitting. They're just sitting somewhere else. We're here talking. That's not bad. But what are we going to do about this building? What's going to happen here? We keep talking about it being a community building. It's not ours. We're not inside. We're talking outside. People were here in the rain last night. It's not ours. And I know there's conversations about giving it back to the first people of this land. And I love that conversation, because if we're going to do this right, we need to decolonize ourselves, our movement, everything we stand for. But I don't have contact to the first people of this land, the Duwamish people right now. So if people have that contact, please facilitate that conversation if they even want this building, which is not ours to give yet. So we need to really think about, okay, we're all talking, we're not inside. The cops, when there's no pressure from the cops, when there aren't a line of military dressed, riot gear wearing cops, what is that keeps this movement going? How is our conversation different than any other community meeting I've attended before? How is this uprising gonna get us the demands, the 3 demands? We haven't gotten one thing. We haven't won shit, you guys. They just left the street that they didn't even need to be on. And now they want the building back. So to keep it short, sorry, I really hate talking long, and I really hate when other people talk too long too. But police, let's acknowledge that there are people with serious allegations against them, arming themselves, pretending to be the new police. Yesterday, I heard a disturbing idea of creating an app where we Uber police and stuff like that. So it's like, please, let's do the reading. Let's really give the stage to people who've done the work of abolition, who've put in the thought before here. We do need to put our bodies behind this movement, but not every person who just learned the word abolition last week needs to come up here and speak, okay? Be humble. Be humble, especially white people and Black people. Okay, that's it. Thank you. I've been waiting, y'all. All right, I got something real quick for y'all. Some of y'all know me. My name's Kenya. I've been out here for the past 8 or 9 days. I don't know. I just want to say how fucking beautiful this is. How fucking beautiful you all are. This is amazing. We have come together as a city. I'm gonna use my phone because I'm a little bit nervous. I want to forget what I'm trying to say. So we've come together as a city. And once we have established permanence in the Chaz community, the Capitol Hill Autonomous Zone, it will be time to come together as a nation.
If we want real change, we need to follow in the steps of Martin Luther King when he said, march on Washington, D.C. We need to occupy Washington, D.C. We need to take over this whole shit, this whole fucking system that's been fucked up for all of us for all these years. We need to do this shit, and we need to occupy it until we get the change that we need. We can set up the community defense. We can set up food and medics, just like we have here. We can make this happen, you guys. I just need y'all to believe it. I need you to believe me. I need you to believe yourselves. I need you to believe everybody that comes up here and tells you that you can make this fucking change that we need. You can do it. We'll take the whole fucking city if we have to. I don't care, whatever it takes. So with that being said, me and a couple of friends are going to be conducting some video, some audio interviews over there. We just want to ask you some questions about how you feel about everything that's going on. We want to hear all your voices. We want to hear all your ideas. So please come find me if you feel like you want to be a part of that. Just come find me. I'll be around. All right, love y'all.
So I'm Miss Jessie, and I was not gonna come up till Saturday, but sometimes you feel like you're getting called out on the carpet. So I am Miss Jessie. I am from Washington State. Came here when I was 7 years old. I'm from Tacoma, Washington. I've been in LA for the last 9 years, 10 years, since about 2010. And the reason why, let's go back to who I am. In '99, I started a record label called Felony Entertainment. Okay? Felony Entertainment was a record label I started because I got out of prison and I couldn't get a job. So God said, start a record label. Okay. I did a rap record label, not Cupcake Records, Felony Entertainment. But let me tell you what Felony Entertainment was about. It was about taking a label and switching it. Okay, we switched it for good. We took the skills that we had and we switched it up, and I created a very successful record company. Right now, 25 years later, I'm very successful executive in publishing administration. My catalog is over $200 million worth of hit songs from The Temptation on up. And that means nothing. What the bigger part is, I was a 15-year-old mom, my daughter over there on the hilltop of Tacoma, Washington. Okay, I went through all the things that you go through when you're living through the crack era. Okay, and I survived. But not only did I survive, let me tell you about that record label, Felony Entertainment. I did not create the record label to make money. I created that record label to make change. Now, I started that record label in 1998. In 2009, I restored, via House Bill 1517, felon voting rights here in Washington State. Gave 450,000 people their voting rights back. I think I got a little bit of skills in this stuff, okay? Just a tiny little bit of skills, okay? Now that was my social justice move, just particularly for my own situation that happened with me being ostracized and feeling that I was not a part of the community, that I could pay my taxes, but I did not have a voice when it came to voting, okay? I didn't think I could do anything. I'm like, okay, here, but I started. I started with something, not as big as this, but I'm so glad that I'm here and being a part of it. You guys make me so proud, so proud. And if no one told you today, I love you. I love you so much for making my city do something different. But let me tell you, I was chair of the board for Solid Ground, statewide poverty action organization here, one of the largest nonprofits working to eliminate the root cause of poverty here in Washington State. So I worked on legislation, okay? I helped y'all do a lot of different things regarding payday lending regulation, making sure there was a minimum mandatory wages for you guys here in Seattle, healthcare for everybody at 18. So I have experience in this, okay? I have experience in talking, community organizing, finding out what the people want and helping you get it. It's not about what I want. So I'm here today and I'll be here on Saturday. I'm here helping my daughter who still lives here. I created the Harriet Tubman Foundation for safe passage for a reason, okay? I was able to go from the bottom to the top because I learned how the system works, but I also had allies, okay? And these are all allies. Yes, I understand my daughter's concern that there are not a lot of people of color per se. But with that, we have our own issues to deal with separately. We have issues to deal with separately as a Black people. Some of them you might have heard coming up today, and we will deal with those. And we also have issues that we need to celebrate of creating that relationship between us so that we know we are all one. It is the human race. And we guys, thank you so much for making this happen, because we actually couldn't have done it without you guys to make it go this far. And we know that in order to make the changes, whatever those are that you guys choose, we need you. So that's what the surveys are for. The surveys is to really get a collective view of what you guys want so that we can help the leaders, whoever come up to rise with that direction, because we want to make sure that what you guys are thinking or feeling collectively, you know, they say democratically, but I mean, we live in a republic. And did I forget to tell you guys I ran for office in 2009 in Tacoma as a Black Republican. Not trying to say anything, but you know, that's why I left, because I shook it up. I shake it up. Okay, I shake it up. But with that, when you go and do things like that, people were following me after. You know what I'm saying? With the little things in their ear and whatever. But it doesn't matter. Don't stop me. Right now, I'm working on helping you guys. So that's what we're here today. The foundation is here just to help you guys talk to each other, figure out what are. I have been awarded for the Russell Family Foundation, you know, an honor for my grassroots activism. I received a award from the city of Tacoma for my grassroots activism. I'm a pro. So it's hard for me to see people struggling at this. And while I'm sitting at home smoking the blunt, watching Judge Judy, okay? So I'm here with you guys to help you. My daughter's gonna be here with you guys to help you. And this is not, nobody's bigger than the other. This is how change is actually made. I've come all the way here just to help my city, because with this, we help the world. So excuse me for taking so long. I want to see you guys out here Saturday. All the leaders want to be leaders, could be leaders, you know, thinking about leaders, or just want to help. If you are concerned, there are a lot of people out here to reach to. The Harriet Tubman Foundation for Safe Passage, givemeaplug.org. That's how you can email us. We're going to do what we can, no matter what, for no dollar amount. So we love you, and I'll see you guys Saturday. Thank you guys for all your support and your continued support throughout the years. It won't take more than 2, baby. I only got time for 2 years on this project, okay? 2 years. All right, pump it up. R-E-S-P-E-C-T.
Okay, now I'm Queen Pearl, and I was here the other day, and I'm just gonna talk Black, okay? And if you don't like that, well, you know, you could talk to somebody else about why it's so important to talk Black, because I've seen a lot of you out there saying that Black Lives Matter. I saw you. Even if I don't know you, I saw you. I was out there on Rainier too. But the point is, I was born and raised in Seattle, Washington. There's not one building that I can account to that we own, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, over there in the Central District, okay? The CD or whatever you want to call it. And I'm at odds with that, because if you go down Martin Luther King Jr. way, you'll see Asian Counseling and Referral Center. And I asked Mr. Pettigrew, I said, well, where's the Black Counseling and Referral Center? And then I'm gonna pull something else out of my hat. When the pandemic hit, I said, what Black organization can we call and talk to about the ills or whatever we're having during this pandemic? Not one person could tell me where I could go, who I could call. Maybe they just wanted me to call Ghostbusters, huh? So that's what I'm saying. If we travel through time and we're speeding up the pathway from where Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. spoke and talked to us while he was breathing out, and just think about the years that he spent and the date and the anniversary of them going back to I Have a Dream on August the 28th in Washington, D.C. And one of his messages was, where do we go from here? Well, it would tell you that we don't know where to go from here if we look over there and they have, I'm just gonna tell the truth, but you want to hear the truth or a lie? Because it's time to get free up in here. Okay, so we had this museum going on over here where I went to school, Coleman School. As a little bitty girl, walked those steps, those corridors, whatever you want to call it, I was there. My girlfriend that's deceased now, she said that's where they used the corporal punishment on me for the first time. They used to take us up in the cloakroom and spank our little tail when we didn't act right up in that school. She said, no, don't tear that school down. Leave it as a monument of the slave tactics that they continue to use towards Black children at Coleman School. Okay, so how do we do what we need to do when someone's always stepping in the way, blocking, wanting us to be underachievers instead of achieving? See, because I tell you one thing, when Bill Gates get ready to go big, he goes big. But for some reason, they want Black people to go little, stay little, and I guess do little. And so that's the problem that I have, that I'm coming back out here again talking, because it's not enough to just say Black Lives Matter, but we can't see what the happening is. And they was killing us way before Mr. Floyd had a knee on his neck. Huh? So if you tell the truth, you can shame the devil. Because everybody ain't poor around here. We might have some rich folk out here even on today. Huh? Where you at? You gonna pay my way through life, or you gonna keep letting me suffer? Yeah. So that's what I was talking about. It's time out for all this suffering stuff. And then, like they said, put your money where your mouth is, because you ain't saying nothing. You know money answers all things. Huh? All this like Felix the cat, reaching into his bag of tricks. We didn't have enough of all these tricks and stuff. We had enough shame to last us a lifetime, based upon the color of our skin. And I just, like I said, it's wrong. It's whatever it is, it's wrong, and it need to get right. And it didn't just start with Lurkin Durkin, because there was somebody that came before her, and before her, him, there was another person before him. And it is just a continuous vicious cycle that we are experiencing right in our hometown. And then other people have come here. Because when I tell them I'm from Washington, they said, oh, you're a unicorn. I said, a unicorn? I don't see no horn growing, coming up. Okay, but that's what she was trying to tell me, that a lot of people aren't from here. So we have the transplants against the implants, and everybody doesn't think on the same level. I'm trying to tell you. That's right. Yeah, it'll make you free over and over and over again. And this building right here, walk this street, walk right up in front of it and protested it many years. Never seen it like a skeleton's closet right now. So that's a good thing. That's a good thing. That's a good thing. So like I said, I don't want to take up too much of your time, but I've been out there, and I'm trying to tell you that those politicians down there, all they did was shun me, trespass me, and all I was doing was my free speech. The First Amendment right that we have, that's all I was doing. I wasn't throwing no bricks at them. I wasn't throwing no rocks at them. I was just using my mouth, my tongue. And they didn't like it. So they did all kind of trickery and stuff like that. Okay, Miss Bashard, you don't come back here for a whole year. and maybe even 6 months or whatever. That's the Department of Finance and Administration that gives those trespasses. And the council can do it too. They can agree upon this mess too. And now all of a sudden they want to jump in and try to act like our lives matter. So I'm finished. I will go to the next level. on today, but I wanted to make sure that you knew that I have been out there for years. And not only that, my family, my aunt was with the Poor People's Campaign on Washington. Yeah, she's deceased now. But before she passed away, she said, I'm leaving you with it. And I said, oh my God, I didn't know what she was gonna leave me with. I mean, this is a mess. The stuff that she had to suffer through. And my mother, they were born in Cook County Hospital. They call it Chirac now, but Chicago. And I still have some people back there. All right, have a good day.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I'm Honorable Michael Fuller, 2I Juror, Private Attorney General, T. Juror. I'm here today because I'm tired of being sick and tired. Black Lives Matter, but this is not the change it or the dream. Black Lives Matter can believe this. I'm looking at the Organized Crime Control Act, October 15, 1970. That was signed by President Nixon. Organized crime, I've been there so many times protesting about justice and not injustice. But I get these extraordinary capitalists that beg for we the people vote. Get it dirty. I'm gonna hold you kind of up talking about a sanctuary city at the time of war. Now, sanctuary city conflicts with the fingertip clause, the preemption clause, the doctrine preemption, the federal preemption. Who do you think you are? Taking that? You know, Olivia, the governor of Washington State, you are not above the law. Listen at this. United States versus Lee, 1882, meaning no man in this country is so high to what is above the law. So you know that for the record, and let the record reflect. Now I'm looking at these police working under color of state and federal law. Violation of RCW 2.04.080, stay off the office. RCW 2.24020, their oath. RCW 42.52020, naming after the act incompatible with public use. RCW 49.50. Freedom from discrimination. RCW 59.18020, rights and remedies and obligations is the question imposed. The violation of the 41st President, George H.W. Bush Sr., don't rub on me, I ain't gay. It's a big word. I'm trying to educate you. You ain't no articulate. Hey, you just a youngster. I'm 63. I'm trying to educate you. I'm educating you. Okay. Now, George H.W. Bush, he was the 41st president who signed into law Americans with Disabilities Act. July 26, 1920, and Section 504, the Rehabilitation Act of 1923. But what really shocking to me, the violation of the Civil Rights Act of 1968 that was signed by President Lyndon Johnson and the older American Act, July 14, 1965, that was signed by President Lyndon Johnson. Now, Dr. Martin Luther King speaks August 16, 1967. Where do we go from here? Not August 26, August 16, 2020. Where do we go from here? Black Lives Matter.
Black Lives Matter. Can we hear it? Black Lives Matter. One time for my brother. Come on, man. Come on, man. That's what it's about. Okay, opening the space to people. That's what it's about, and making sure. I appreciate that knowledge, OT. Thank you, sir. I appreciate you. At this time, we would like to invite our Indigenous sisters to come up here and share. Please make some noise.
Yes. Oh, yeah, it works. Okay. Ink Nashwanuksha, Roxanne White, Wash Nashkanik, Yakima, Ku Nimi Pu, Ku Nooksack, Ku Arnani, Grovant, Wikshaishash, Duwamish Territory, Seattle, Washington. My name is Roxanne White, and I am Yakima, Nez Perce, Nooksack, and Grovant, Arnani people. And I presently reside right here, Seattle, Duwamish Territory. My hands are up to the Duwamish people. I'm really grateful and honored to come up here and stand. I'm a little bit nervous. I mean, people that know me say, how could you be nervous? I have something that I need to relay here today. I came because I stand and I support and I love my Black relatives. Black Lives Matter. But I have an important message from a upstanding sister of mine who is Duwamish and Muckleshoot. And I have to remember that even though I live here in Seattle, that there are relatives that have been here a lot longer than me. And so I'm going to read her statement, and then I want to say a few words of my own, but I want to relay her message before mine, out of respect. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Rachel Heaton. I am an enrolled member of the Muckleshoot tribe and a descendant of the Duwamish people, the ancestral peoples of this stolen land you stand on now. Today, we are a people that are still here, a people that are affected and oppressed by the same system as our Black relatives. My people, Native people, were removed from our lands to make room so that you could be stolen from yours and brought here. Enslaved and forced to build a nation without any implications to the system. This is not the time to play oppression Olympics and compare one another's struggles. It is clear our people, Black people, brown people, are suffering because of the same systemic abuse. In our communities, our homes, on our lands, and all over the world, sadly. We have to come together and support one another. We are stronger together. If you haven't noticed, Native people continue to be erased from these conversations, erased from the site, and our voices continue to be muffled out. Yet we are the very caretakers of this land, the protectors of the land, the air and the water. If you want a future that reflects equality,
A future which police are not beating our people up and murdering our people. A future that reflects what we are fighting for our future generations. Then we must talk about environmental racism. The racism that keeps us from protecting our Mother Earth. If we do not protect her, then there is no future for us to fight for. This system we speak of was set up to hurt my people, to hurt our Black relatives, to hurt our brown relatives. We have come together, but that starts by acknowledging this land and the first peoples. And know that today we stand side by side with you and we hold front lines with you. We cannot do this without one another. And these are the words of my sister, Rachel Heaton. And I want to thank her and acknowledge her and the Duwamish people, the Coast Salish people, the Squamish people, the Muckleshoot people, the Tulalip people, the Lemmie people, the Puyallup people, the Nisqually people. I want to acknowledge brown people, Black people, Indigenous people. I want to acknowledge our life givers, our brown women, our Indigenous women, and our Black sisters. And all this time that since George Floyd was murdered, as a mother, an Indigenous mother with biracial children, 2 sons, 2 grandsons, I felt the rage, I feel the rage. I worry about my sons and I worry about your sons. And what happened to George Floyd happened to all of us. Your children are my children. That's how I feel about it. I want to tell you that nobody's talking about Indigenous people that are murdered by police. There was a CDC report in 2011, and I'm not going to even bring up numbers. I'm just going to tell you that it's happening. And there are 10 families and counting right here in this Coast Salish territory that have been murdered by police. 10 families. That number last week was 5 that I knew of, and today it is 10. There are 10 names of 10 Native men and women and their children. So excuse me, 12 names, because we can't forget the babies that these sisters were carrying when they were shot and murdered by police. It's emotional. I want to acknowledge Charlena Lyles at the same time because she was pregnant. Was she pregnant? She was pregnant, and she also lost her baby at the same time her baby was murdered. So I want to acknowledge that. I want to acknowledge that these police officers are not only killing our men, our brothers, our dads, our sons, but they're killing our sisters. And they've been doing that for a long time. And we're talking about it today. And I would like to say that here on this territory, I want to say the names of these relatives. I want to say the name of these relatives with all due respect. And the way that I do it, I want to acknowledge where it came from. Say her name came out of the struggles and the leadership of Black Lives. Came out of that. And us Indigenous people have used that same way in a ceremony. When we say their names, we say them 3 times. And the reason why we say them 3 times, or at least me, is because for some of our sisters that are missing, some of our brothers that are missing, and nobody's doing anything about it in this country. Nobody's paying attention. So we also have to move on the ground. We also have a movement called MMIW. at the same time, this epidemic doesn't only touch Native American people. There are Black relatives, sisters and brothers and children that are going missing at extremely high rates as well. Like we said earlier, this is not a competition. This is just a fact. This is just a fact that our relatives are being murdered and there's no system to step up and protect us, to stand for us. I am one of those families. And I want to say that we come out here in solidarity, hoping for the same thing that all of you are hoping and fighting for. We want to be counted. We want to be included. We're asking to be at the table. With all due respect, we're asking to be at the table and at the conversation. And we're also inviting you to the conversation because I think it's a two-way street. And these are the names that I have. John T. Williams, say his name.
John T. Williams.
Say his name.
John T. Williams.
Say his name.
John T. Williams.
Stone Child Chief Stick, say his name.
Stone Child.
Say his name.
Stone Child.
Say his name.
Stone Child.
Renee Davis, say her name.
Renee Davis.
Say her name.
Renee Davis.
Say her name.
Renee Davis.
Forgive me on this one because I have a hard time pronouncing the last name, but it's Daniel Covarrubias. Say his name.
Daniel Covarrubias.
Say his name.
Daniel Covarrubias.
Say his name.
Daniel Covarrubias.
Jackie Sailors, say her name.
Jackie Sailors.
Say her name.
Jackie Sanders.
Say her name.
Jackie Sanders.
Janetta Riley, say her name.
Janetta Riley.
Say her name.
Janetta Riley.
Say her name.
Janetta Riley.
Milo Harvey, say his name.
Milo Harvey.
Say his name.
Milo Harvey.
Say his name.
Milo Harvey.
Junior Lacey, say his name.
Junior Lacey.
Say his name.
Junior Lacey.
Say his name.
Junior Lacey.
Michael Mitchell, say his name.
Michael Mitchell.
Say his name.
Michael Mitchell.
Say his name.
Michael Mitchell.
Joshua Spotted Horse, say his name.
Joshua Spotted Horse.
Say his name.
Joshua Spotted Horse.
Say his name.
Joshua Spotted Horse.
And I also want to say that Janetta Riley was also pregnant and she also left behind children. All these people left behind children, families, mothers, sons, daughters. They all left behind somebody. And can you take this? I want to say that in the work that we've been doing, we're looking to support these families and we're looking to stand for these families. I really want to remind everybody that while we're doing this work out here, while everybody stands here and everybody sits here, that remember that when we say the names, that each one of these families that have lost a loved one out here, it brings back that trauma, that hurt, that what they're feeling for their loved one. So as we do this work, remember those families. Remember that there's gonna be a time where you need to support GoFundMes, where you need to support their campaigns, where you need to call local officials, where you need to stop police and help those families. Because even as I stand here, those families deserve to be heard more than any of us. Those families deserve the platform before any of us because they're the ones that have been impacted. And that is the work that I do, and that is the walk that I have, and that is the call that the ancestors have called me to do. And I am here to say to those families, to all the families, that we love you, and we're here as Indigenous people to support you, and we're welcoming you to support us and for us to walk together. And I'm gonna close with the song, the Women's Warrior song, the Women's Honor song. And we sing this song for the missing and for the murdered. And so I'm extending this song for all of your relatives, for all of those that were murdered by police, for all of those that lives were taken by police, for all of those relatives that are still missing, and for all of us that are out here doing this work today. Thank you. And if there are any of my natives or not, any of my Black sisters that want to come up here and stand, my relatives, and sing this with me, my brothers, please come up here because I don't do this work alone and it's not about me. I need some of my sisters to come up here. Some of my brown sisters, my Black sisters, my Black brothers, please come up here. Share this space. This is not just my space, our space. This is our space. And on this fourth round, I'm gonna ask everybody to please put your fists in the air. Please put your fists in the air. This is a symbol of a call out to continue the fight, to continue to speak out, to continue to stand together in solidarity, and to remember these families, to remember the ones that aren't here no more.
Okay, a couple housekeeping kind of procedural items moving forward. Obviously, having people come up here and speak is a necessity right now of the community. We've had a bunch of people come over here, ask how to speak, and we really appreciate that. What we want to do is just set kind of a standard moving forward. Today, we're going to open up the floor to anybody who wants to speak, right? We'll just come here to the side of the stage. We'll get through as many people as possible. But, you know, we're going to be doing this each and every day to just have some time for us to share. All that we ask is that if you plan on sharing, please come up to the stage and we can schedule out, you know, roughly some time so that we can make sure our programming is going quickly and as many voices are heard from as many different communities as possible. Does that make sense? Yeah, are you guys okay with that? That's okay? All right, and then again, we have we have concerns here. We have things. If you have something else that you'd like to say and you don't get a chance to today, please, come find us back here. We'll get your name on here and reserved, and then you can feel free to come up here as well and voice your concerns. All of us, including myself, our heads are spinning. We're in a new space and we're learning in real time as fast as we can. So anybody that steps up and takes a position of leadership, I really appreciate you. I, for one, and my voice really does, and we're doing the best we can and hoping to be held accountable. So we appreciate y'all coming here. We're going to let more people speak, and we'll refine this as we move along. All right, thanks all. Yeah. Can I have my sister go? And then you next. My sister go next. Today, we feel that it's very important that every person that come up here, allows, for some expression. And then as we move forward, when we have the programming, we can say, okay, here's 30 minutes right now for think tank groups. Am I missing anything else, Julie C? Yeah, we'll do the breakout tomorrow, and maybe we'll start earlier and earlier. Okay.
So what I was going to say when I came up here a little bit earlier was to amplify the name of John T. Williams and try to bring together more the connected struggles of Black people in this country and Indigenous people in this country. Our struggles are inextricably linked in history, and for a lot of us, our struggles are inextricably linked in bloodlines. Myself, as a descendant of African-American slaves and the Choctaw people of what is now known as Mississippi, I am oftentimes bothered by the ways in which the struggles of people of color are siloed for the various reasons that they are siloed. But since my sisters did such a good job of speaking on those topics, what I would instead like to do is to hold space for people of color who are in this space. The woman earlier talked a little bit about transplants and implants, and I'm a transplant. And one of the things that I have, kind of sat with and struggled with on my time of living here in Seattle is the fact that being such a minority in a space like Seattle, liberal racism does weird things to people. Is a thing that I've noticed. And trying to watch the way that Black people in Seattle struggle with that fact. And having benefited from growing up in an environment that had a much larger Black population, I see some very interesting things in this moment that we can talk about together and work on together, and opportunities for Seattle's Black community in this moment that are happening alongside this larger conversation. And one of the things that I want to do is so very important when you have moments like this, when allies finally show up, to speak to what you need from allies. But I think it is also equally important to speak to ourselves as Black people, to thank ourselves for being here, for coming out during a pandemic that is disproportionately having health impacts on Black people. And so, not to disrespect anybody, but what I would like to do is, if you are not a person of color, if you could please sit down right now. And if the people of color in this crowd could please stand up right now. I want to talk to you specifically. I want to thank you for being out here. I want to thank you for putting your life on the line. I want to thank you for volunteering your time. I want to thank you for getting tear gassed. I want to thank you for standing there when they're throwing flashbangs at you. I want to thank you for showing up even though you're dealing with the trauma of watching people who look just like you get killed on national television every couple of months. Not every couple of years, every couple of months. It's traumatic. And still you show up. And when you show up in spaces like Seattle, you do not get acknowledged in the ways that you need to, because we spend so much time talking about what allies need to do, which is an important conversation, but we do not spend enough time talking about ourselves, what we need to do in our own communities. And so I want to thank you for being here. I want to acknowledge you, and I want to say that the work that you are doing is just as important, if not more important, than the work that allies are doing, and that our sacrifices need to be acknowledged just as much. The amount of pain that we have to slog through just to drag ourselves down here. I also want to say that among the work that we have to do in our communities and holding space for ourselves is that we need to amplify Black queer lives. We need to amplify the brutality that is visited on Black trans women by the police. Men of color, I'm going to ask you that whenever you start a conversation with, as a Black man, to make sure that you're ending that conversation with something that does not also happen to Black women, Black queer people, Black trans people, and if it does, to make space for the fact that we experience those same things. Thanks. That's all I have to say.
The breakouts will be tomorrow at 3 p.m. The breakouts will be tomorrow at 3 p.m. We're going to continue to open up the floor for people to speak. If you want to see me, I'm over here. You can sign up for times over here. All right. Any suggestions as well? We have concerns that you can voice over here. Come find me if you want something written down. Until then, we're going to continue to open up the floor.
Man. First and foremost, everybody that got in the mic, thank you for sharing your stories. Thank you for showing who you are in front of the crowd. Getting up here is not easy. My heart is jumping out of my chest right now. I have not done this in a long time. I was around for the protests of Michael Brown. I was around for the protests of Trayvon Martin. I was around for the 99% protests. Those were very important times in my life. Before that, I would say I was going to get up here and make a joke from the Boondocks about Ronald Reagan is the devil and 9/11 is a cover-up. But that's just to ease the anxiety that I have right now speaking to who I want to direct my conversation to, my white peers. Now I'm gonna say some shit. If you feel some kind of way, think about why you feel that way. I'm not here to pat you guys on the back at all. I want you all to be here and recognize that you're here because you want to be here, because you feel that it is a duty to be here, to support what is opposite of whiteness. There is a lot of anti-Black sentiment engraved, embedded in the United States culture. Everything from economics to the education, to the money we hold, to the police, clearly. So I want you all to really take a moment and think about that. At the end of the day, you're gonna go home. Some of you. Some of you already wrestle with this fact and are really holding it down. But again, I'm not here to pat you on the back. Because if it were someone else, I would be there not expecting the pat on the back but because it was the right thing to do. Now I have some more for you. I like comic books, anime, hip hop, rap. I like the same things a lot of people here like, some alternatives. I grew up in Seattle, born and raised. Why all of this is important is because I'm sure by those definitions of what I just gave, I would be considered a nerd, a geek, or whatever, you know what I'm saying? But I didn't see a lot of shit. I grew up as an 80s baby to a single mother of 2 kids who came from New Orleans, in which my father was addicted to crack. He moved to New Orleans and was shot and killed. I was 5. My uncle, he was a well-known hustler out here. Someone didn't like him. He got shot with a little 22, bounced in the side of his organs. He was still alive. Cops arrested him. He bled out in a cop car. They denied him medical treatment. I was in New Orleans visiting family. Went there every 4 years. I was probably in my early teens. I seen someone's noodle get knocked back outside. My auntie came and scooped me inside. Hey, you know you're not supposed to be out here at this time of night. No, I didn't. I'm not from here. I got homies who didn't been in shootouts. I got homies who've been in a lot of different situations. The reason I'm telling you all this is because I want you to humanize us. We go through a lot, and yet we are the same. We do the same things you do. We like the same things you like. So in order to erase this anti-Blackness, you have to humanize us. You have to remember when the United States was established and they started rounding up Black people, we were 3/5. We weren't even a whole human being. That's why the police was formed, because we were considered property. What was that? To protect life and property? Livestock. They didn't necessarily kill us during that time because we were too valuable, but they maim you. They might kill somebody in front of you to scare you. Remember that history and don't let it go. I'm not telling you all this to shame you, per se. It's what you do with the shame that makes it important. I got a lot of things I'm not proud of, but I learned from that and I move forward. So for the people that use that argument of white guilt, deal with that. I deal with being Black in an economy that hates me every day. And the reason I told you all of those things earlier is because you have to understand how deep racism permeates. It's not even permeate, because to nerd moment, to permeate would insinuate that it wasn't there to begin with. This shit was baked in. So again, I'm not talking to pat you on the back. I'm talking to light a fire under your fucking ass. I'm talking so you look at the person next to you and they may not be Black and they might identify as a person of color, but they still exist within a spectrum between white and Black. Black is on the furthest end of the spectrum. And that's why you have things like a model minority. because the furthest thing from Blackness is where most people want to be. During the times of Michael Brown when he was murdered, Trayvon Martin when he was murdered, and the Black Lives Matter movement really started to arise, I went through identity issues. What the fuck does it mean to be Black in America? Like, really think about that. Now I ask you, what the fuck does it mean to be white in America? And I'm not the only one that goes through economic issues and yada, yada, yada. I get that. But it's primarily our communities that deal with that shit. And the people, the white people who are in those communities amongst us who also deal with that shit, it's because the more affluent cannot deal with their shit. So in turn, you are actually hurting your own community of people by not supporting us. So I'll be brief. The idea of reparations is very important. And I'll be honest, there are people who are going to want to co-opt that idea. The pain and suffering that Black people had to endure and go through, they should share in the conclusion and profits that come from that. I don't think so. Because it's about equity. It's about equity. If you believe in equity, you will have that same mindset. It's about building a foundation, not distributing it so everything stays the fucking same. So we have to start using that instead of equality. We need equity. I want a higher quality of life. And with that, do what you can to support us. We will do what we can to support you. When a white person gets downed by a police officer, yeah, we'll step up and support y'all. If a racist action happens against another person in another community, yeah, we should speak on that. It's about being powerful leaders. Everyone here is a leader in their own right. You just have to decide, what the fuck do you want to lead? What do you want to lead on? Where is your place? How are you going to dismantle this oppressive system? And I think at the end, you'll agree, supporting the Black community and reparations is the first start. That's all I got to say.
All right. So we're all here because we want to take action to make changes to the world so that we can all live our best possible lives, right? And I've watched a lot of political movements, and I've tried to figure out how is it that so many minorities in America have found true liberation, but there's others who haven't yet, and there's missing pieces. So what I see right here is social power. Communities coming together and working together to pull each other up. This is the start of that. The next steps are to transform our social power into political action and political power. And then that directly leads to exactly what my brother was just speaking about here, economic power. So we've got to go from social to political to economic power. And that is how we achieve true liberation. So
how many of you all think that Dictator Durkin is an ally in that struggle? Okay. So how many of you want Dictator Durkin gone?
So how many of you want Dictator Durkin gone?
Now, are you willing to beg and plead for her to leave on her own schedule?
Take her out.
Are you going to put your hopes and dreams into impeachment? Because we all know that can fail, right? Okay, so what I need from each and every one of you who believes in this part of this message is for you to go online right this second. Go look for recall_Durkin on Twitter and to follow us on change.org/recall_Durkin. We don't have to wait. We don't have to beg. We don't have to use impeachment. We can recall her butt right now. And 26,000 of you have already signed on, okay? Now I need you all to go sign on to that petition and follow our work. We have a group of people, we have 3 lawyers and legal assistants who are drafting the paperwork to recall her butt right the fuck now. The only thing that's been slowing us down is that almost every single day we turn on the news and we find out some queer folks who are unrelated to this protest are being tear gassed in their goddamn apartments. 3-month-old babies are foaming at the mouth. What the fuck is that?
War crime.
That's a war crime. That's exactly right. So every day, our legal filing grows longer and longer and longer. And we're still analyzing her emergency orders and her illegal skateboards and illegal light bulbs. Because if you dig into these filings, they are complex and they are detailed. And we're doing that hard work. And we will do it together. So the next movement, the next step for this work is we got to go from 26,000 digital signatures to 50 to 70,000 physical signatures, okay? So that means I'm going to be back out here in about a week, and we're going to have paper, and we're going to have clipboards, and you're going to have to go to your neighborhood, and you're going to have to spread this message across all of Seattle, okay? Because we will recall Durkin, and we will send a message to everyone who thinks maintaining the status quo is somehow progress, incremental progress. That's bullshit. We want change. We want change to happen rapidly, and we want it to support all of our community. And the only way we can do that is by removing the people who stand in the way. And right now, that is Dictator Durkin. Thank you for your time.
We got another young brother
What up,
coming
y'all?
up.
So I'm Warren, Pacific Northwest Transit Daddy. Thank you, Carmen. Thank you. I appreciate you. So I got my bag on because I've been kind of roaming around, helping out, asking questions, do what I can. I think this is absolute magic, y'all. This is autonomous magic. And autonomy is something I kind of wanted to talk about because what's really, really neat about autonomy is that there's individual agency. You see none of us come over here and give y'all orders to respect the missing and murdered indigenous people. No one is giving you orders to come here and hold down this fort that we've created for ourselves, free of capitalism, free of the sort of social ills that have kept us black folks more oppressed, but all of us working class folks oppressed, period. We have kind of rejected that concept, right? Absolutely. So we have agency. We did not, someone warned me about, well, careful for all of those white liberals who may be out there because you no longer can take just their word on it. Well, the good news is I didn't have to. There's folks here doing it. Y'all paid the checks, right? Y'all doing the stuff, but we are not done. There's been concerns about when we were talking about handing this land to indigenous folks like it rightfully should be, that we're giving them the spotlight. And I hate to break it to you, but if you think 6 blocks of Capitol Hill is the spotlight, you have limited your idea of what liberation and freedom really is. If you think this is it, like we've done it, we've reached this anarcho-syndicalist safe haven that everyone, without the oppressive laws and stuff like that, we did it for 6 blocks of Capitol Hill. No. The problem is to spread this, right? Is to do this. Now, the good part about this being an autonomous zone is we've been having questions about, well, are people shaking down businesses for protection money? Are people making these strict laws and IDing people who come in, demonstrating an absolute failure of an understanding of the word autonomous? Right? So I'm a black person. I thank y'all for, I thank my brothers and sisters for helping give me a voice, and I'm an autonomous black person. I'm involved in very few groups. I don't do so hot in groups. That is a me thing. I just operate best individually. But the good news is I'm still black. I still got my voice, and y'all have still treated me like that voice matters. Because it does. Right, but the thing about blackness we've been talking about is that blackness very much does harbor a unique type of hatred. It just conjures up a unique type of disdain for a person when you see their skin tone. So this is a unique experience. It's kind of unlike any.
It's because we're great.
It's because we're great. We're kings, queens, and everything in betweens, right? This is what it is. And so when we do this work, we have to recognize that we are operating in groups as autonomous folks, as autonomous black folks. We have our agency, we have these things. And the good news about this area being labeled lawless is that it is. It's free of oppressive laws that have stolen land and agency from people for decades. It's free of that. We have a unique opportunity right now, autonomously, without regard to oppressive laws, without regard to colonial mindsets. We have a unique opportunity to physically, right now if we wanted to, hand this stolen land back to the indigenous people that it belongs to. I don't want to be a prisoner on stolen land. I want to be a welcome guest on beautiful kept land. I want to be a welcome guest here. And I'm sorry, I'm an autonomous black dude, so I can't do a lot of things by myself. I require the lean of my community, and I cannot be free on a restricted stolen land. I cannot cultivate stolen crops. I cannot liberate myself on land that is not mine or anybody who can help me get it, right? I can't do it. So we have, I'm not a leader, and I had no leaders, no gods, no masters for me. I'm so sorry. No, all those things. No gods, no masters, no bosses, no bastards. So I'm not going to sit here and try to make you and to convince you I'm not going to control your agency. I'm not going to tell you we need to get up right now and hand this land to indigenous folks. The best we've all been able to do here is just convince you autonomously. We make our arguments, we present them to the people, you adopt them or you don't. But what's important to remember that we have the power right now in seizing this land to give this land back to who it belongs. If we do not see this opportunity, that is absolutely our autonomous choice. But that we do not get to claim that we are here for justice. That is demonstrably hypocritical. That would mean that this entire thing is no more valuable than a simple stated land acknowledgement. We have the opportunity to physically, autonomously, on our own will, hand it physically back to the indigenous people of whom we recognize whose land we're standing on. So let's just kind of give that, I present that to you, the people, I present it to you in an autonomous, self-agency way, and I hope you all can sign on that, and I hope you all can join me in that, and that's kind of the best I can do for you right now. So I'm Pacific Northwest Transit Daddy. Thanks, comrades.
Right on, right on. Again, we appreciate everybody coming up here and sharing. At the same time, because this is such a new space, we want to make sure we're laying the right foundation. So, as we all noticed, 3 dudes just came up here and shared, which was very appreciative. But is there anybody who doesn't fit that would like to come up here and potentially speak next? We're trying to be mindful of representation here, seriously. So if there's people that would like to speak, hold on a second. We're looking for someone who's not a male right now. Yeah. Oh, here you go. Come on up. Yeah, please. Is right here is the line, sir?
Hey, y'all. Talking with a mask is real weird. My name is Vivian. I run Northwest Film Forum, which is 2 blocks down from the police station. I wasn't really trying to talk today, but this brother right here said some stuff that I super jive with, so I thought I would. And that's to the point of being, when you're not white or black, you're somewhere in between. And as an Asian American person, I've been having some fucking huge revelations lately. Along the lines of, you know, I've experienced discrimination in my life, of course. You get called chink, whatever, dumbass jokes, eye slants, all that shit. But it's not the same. It's not even close to the same. And I feel like the rage that we collectively have felt by watching the George Floyd murder and so many other murders before that kind of building up to this point, I'm realizing and like so naive that this is the way that Black people have felt for so long and there's been no change. So I feel like if you're needing something to harness, like past the first weekend of rioting or whatever, or being angry at the police, like there's something to tap into there. It's a collective frustration that people are still experiencing that as a white person or a non-Black person of color you might not experience. But do you feel me? Does this make sense? Okay. And then two other really quick points. One, the media, the mainstream media is bullshit. We all maybe know this. Okay. But there's a huge degree of media literacy that I would encourage you to embrace and tell your friends about it who might not know and are just eating the bullshit mainstream news, and like tell them the truth. But also don't spread rumors within our own groups that aren't true. So that's the other point. And then the last point is to like people who are, this is my favorite term, like pearl clutching and hand wringing at home, particularly like white folk who really want to help and aren't here, which is great. You know, everyone has to help in their own way. And if you're not helping because you're not out in person, COVID's still happening, totally reasonable. Don't feel bad about it if you gotta stay at home. It's all good. There's still shit you can do. So if you know those people who need shit to do and you see shit that they could be doing that's not being out here protesting, tell them what they can do. Because they will do it. Like seriously, I've been like writing lists and tagging people and people will do it. So just do it. Okay, thank you.
How everybody doing out there today? My name is Kenji X, and I'm from Florida. My father was born in 1933. I'm gonna tell you guys a story, and I don't give a fuck if you like it or not, if it hurts your feelings. It's the truth. My father was born in 1933. He's from Mississippi, as my sister here is, her ancestors are from. And I was reading this literature. In the 30s, the Native Americans had over 300 million lands of acres. They got moved off that land in the 30s. My father's mother was one of those people. She was full-blooded Native American. Her name was Antonio Calmes. He never knew who his father was. So that makes him half, and if the math is correct, that makes me a quarter. Am I right? Okay. So when my father was 13, 14 years old, back in those days, they had something called a juke joint, which they used to go in the woods, because being from Mississippi, it's all woods back in the 30s, 40s. So they went out, him and 8 of his friends, and this truck pulled up, and they scattered, caught 5 of his friends, caught them, hung them up on trees, cut their dicks off, and set them on fire. 5 people, 5 nameless bodies. That's unaccounted for. So my father left a couple of years after that, but he didn't leave on his own will. He had to fight to get out of there. And to suffice to say, he killed a couple of white people too to get out of there. And that's when he moved to Florida. He met my mom, so I grew up in Florida. Fast forward, I'm 13 years old. My father was a sharecropper, or should I say slave. When I turned 13, I was proud to be working alongside my father, making $1.33 an hour. all day, sun up to sundown. So, go through life thinking you're making a difference for yourself and your family when you're not getting that much money. And for someone else to tell you about who you really are, someone other than a black person telling you that, is very saddening. Because being from the South, we don't have no history books about us. There's nothing. There's a small paragraph, guess about the Tuskegee or the airmen soldiers. So I learned this when I went in the military. Had this white guy was telling me everything that I didn't know about myself. I felt embarrassed because I'm a black man coming from somewhere that I wasn't taught about my history. All I knew was to survive, how to survive, and I was taught that by my father. And we're going through the same thing that Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, the Black Party Panther, and we're still going through the same thing today. There is no reason for us to keep going through this. And mind you, when they wrote the Constitution, we were still slaves. And they haven't changed it yet. And the only way that it's gonna happen is that you, black, white, brown, yellow, I don't call those colors. That's the colors they gave us. I call us humans. And I was telling my brother, Roz, I just met this brother today. I was telling him, brother, I don't care who leads us. As long as when you get that position, don't sell out. Because this is the problem that we're having. It's very systemic. And it's no matter who it is, we got Carmen Best, she's in office. I know she's black. She know we black. She know what we went through. Why do we have to keep going through this? She's not black? Tell you one thing, guys. This COVID is a blessing and a curse, because I've always said, in order for things to change, there has to be bloodshed, and it's going to take a concerted effort for us to do it. And with you white people standing with us, my heart, I appreciate you guys. Brown people, Native American, Asians, I appreciate you guys. But we got to get organized. We're doing the protesting properly, but I think it's time to come to the table, because the thing that I'm worried about the most is that they open up the country. Everybody got mortgages and houses and rent to pay. There's going to be a lot less of us out here if they say go back to work, because you know just as well as I know, if they say go back to work, this crowd is going to be thin. So we got to get organized. It's time to communicate. Get to the table, make the demands, and make sure that we put the right person in there. Like I said, I don't care what color they are, but don't sell out. And the last thing, one of the last things I'm going to tell you, thank you. One of the last things I'm going to tell you is that I just got introduced to Jane Elliott, Caucasian lady. She does this racial discrimination thing against white people. She said, there's a lot worse than dying. There's a lot worse thing than dying, and it's living a worthless, useless life. And if you guys don't stand with us, when they're done with us, they're gonna start on the Asians, and then they're gonna get you, because they need to fund their police department. So you guys should stand with us. We shouldn't see colors. Because until we do that, we're just gonna be in the same boat that we were. The same boat that we started as far as I can remember. So we gotta stick together. Mark Twain, to the fear of death, followed by the fear of life. Any man who lives fully is prepared to die at any time. I'm ready, but we can't win.
Best quote of the day.
We got to go to the ballots. We got to beat them. We got to beat them. We got to stick together. We got to beat them, because if we don't, we out of here. I'm telling you right now, we have to stick together. I appreciate each and every last one of you guys. I appreciate you very much.
All right, so next to the stage, we got a good brother by the name of Corvus Blackbird.
Shut it down.
Everyone inhale with me. Take a deep breath. I can breathe. We are at a crossroads, illuminated by Etrian colors. So fly your flag, whatever color. Black man made those lights, we get stopped at night. Cop pull gun, flash bright light. Body bag, body bag, body bag, body bag. Stepped over Biggie in a body bag. Stood back and watched Tupac clocked. It's the 11 o'clock hour. We all scratching for power. Every second in the minute of the hour. All of water on the planet is older than the solar system. And the sun exploded and spit the bulbous nubs that call planets Elohim, that steam where you dream. And it precipitates and elevates your thoughts. Keys to lock, doors of illusions open. The city was smoking. The city was smoking. Everybody hoping. Everybody hearts open. Yeah, your hearts are in the right place in your bodies. They don't care about your bodies. They want these antibodies of these anti-thoughts. Antifa, anti with a teacup, anti this, anti that. What about all life is black matter? Can we say that? All life is black matter. From the blackness of space, the blackness of your mother's womb. When you die, you go back to black. In between, you look at the rainbow really closely. There is black holding the colors together. No, for real, Google it, check it out. I don't know. White folks think of all kind of crazy shit to lie to people. Like stocks and bonds, this capitalistic bearer bond having Bilderberg digging an iceberg looking for the curve in the bank. That's the bank, eh? That's the bank. That's the river. That's the currency where you bend the currency at the bank. See, they brought the black bodies over in a vessel. Santa Maria, Anta Maria, whoever mama. And when they docked the vessel at the port, the doctor signs a birth certificate where the vessel is in the birth. The black bodies come out, they put them in stocks and bonds, and you come and buy me. I'm in stock. That's why we all do these grabbing, you know. So your stocks and bonds are named after black bodies built underneath Wall Street, probably in between the bricks of the wall that turned into Wall Street. So y'all street, right? It's our street, right? The struggle is beautiful, and my beauty is indestructible. Repeat after me. The struggle is beautiful, and my beauty is indestructible. That's how black folks walk around all day, all the time. Y'all don't really know, because y'all just like got this imagination that takes you to these places, right? Pyramid this, you know, scroll this, Bhagavad Gita that, you know, we've been doing shit like this since we've been doing it since before was before, right? Like my ancestors built the pyramids along the Mississippi. See, I'm not a slave, I'm just here. I had this thought. Think about the white folks who came over on a boat with their English accent that turned into that country drawl, and they sitting up there looking at black folks walking around with a nice silk shawl. They were supposed to be serving them. So they're still thinking that. Remember those kids trying to go to school and had all those white folks yelling at them? Well, those people are now having people, and they're here somewhere. There's an agent in here. Right? You hear what you hear. You hear, what are you hearing? What are you saying? What are you doing? What do you want? Peace, equity, can you just leave me alone? Can I just express my brilliance in the best of my chest, where my heartbeat rests? Black Lives Matter sounds hella funny coming out of white folks' mouth to me. I know my life matters, I'm still here, right? I can tell you stories about a black man and a cop. Black man and cop. You kind of, you already thought about it. Tell me a story about a white man and a cop. Hey, thank you very much. All right, see you later. It's not trying to comedy, but you know, we need a little humor. I wanted to like regale you in something, but I see you're here and we are at a crossroads of something. If you're old enough and you watch Roots when it aired first, this is what this feels like. Yeah, y'all not, right? You know, white folks was like, I'm sorry. Like the whole country was paused. They were like contemplative. Did we really do that? Yeah, motherfucker, you did. So this is that moment where it's like, cool, you sorry. You got money? You got a building? You got a plug in to the municipal equity divestment of whatever ever clevers? Go do that. Go do your history. Go look up history. Not his, but some story. I had this thought, like there was this immortal walking around, right? And he would leave notes in his notebook. And over time, he would forget where he left his notebook, right? He's an immortal. So he's just watching all this shit go by like a tree. And so over time, he would find his notebook and he'd notice people had left notes over his notes. And over time, people had like been scribing from his book. Remember I said the Bhagavad Gita, the Torah, the Bible, you know, like, so this immortal was writing down everybody else's thoughts and putting it in his notebook and leaving it, and you guys are catching it and reading it and misinterpreting it and all this other shit. Remember what we breathe, right? If you get the breath right, you get your step right. You get your step right, you get the direction right. You get the direction right, you get the destination right. All you black block looking motherfuckers, y'all some funny people. But y'all should be the white shields dressed in black. That's hella funny to me. Yeah, I got y'all. I keep my eye on y'all. Get your breath right. You get your life right. You get your light right. Like a light bright. Like, feeling my age right now, but whatever. I'm still here. Corvus, Blackbird.
Man.
Good evening. My name's Dee. I'm from the Suquamish Nation. You may have seen me speak a couple days ago when this location was taken. I have two things to discuss here. The first one is that one of my cousins was out here earlier discussing how this is a shared struggle for a lot of us. People in my family are rotting in cages. People in my family have been killed by the police. People in my cousin's families have been killed by the police.
Excuse me.
If you look up the statistics online, it's horrifying.
So I want to say thank you for this deep brother Corvus. Thank you to all the people. Just gonna move around and talk to the people.
What I'm here to discuss is two things that have been concerning people in my communities that I've been talking to since it started. First of all, when I come out here, I see so few people from my community.
Nothing but a bunch of beautiful people out here today. Still standing. If you guys have been following the stream, we've been out here every day, and I completely appreciate everybody that is still standing because we are tired. And even though that we're tired, we're going to still stand.
10 minutes. So he just wants to sit down. So walk.
Yeah. What?
10 minutes, he said.
All right. You're listening to me right now?
Yeah. I've got these induction headphones on, so I can hear what's going on and also hear what's going on.
Hey, that's a good way, man. You got to stay connected, right?
Let me just think here. I see her, man. I want to say what's up. Damn, son. Anyway, good to see you. But I'm coming. How you doing? You okay? Yeah. That's good. Take care, man.
All right.
They're using the Safeway, they're using the QFC as staging points for their attack to destroy this position. So if we're going to make this a decolonial action, if we are going to make this a sustainable position, then we need a plan. And that's a discussion that needs to be happening. We need to know what position we're taking next, whether that's the West Precinct, whether that's City Hall. This needs to be planned, and we need to be sitting and having these discussions. And the people I know who don't feel safe being out here, who aren't out here, who aren't locally here, who have their own reasons for not being on the ground, have been sitting at home disgusted that there's a bunch of white people painting signs saying that this is decolonization. This is something at the beginning of the game board for that. This is not something you get to call that and act like you're a revolutionary. Sit with that.
Thank you so much, Kim. So that's the perfect note right there for, we came out to try to create space in response to like what the community was asking as far as wanting to have a General Assembly. We're not here to try to dictate or shape what that looked like. It felt really important to give space to the conversations that were happening here today. And I feel like the two takeaways, and y'all verify if I'm right or wrong here, the two value takeaways from this very initial, very being figured out General Assembly would be a commitment to abolitionism, yeah? The abolitionist framework, not the other framework, not the reformist framework, the abolitionist framework. And a commitment to solidarity and accountability with indigenous communities. Right? So we're gonna wrap the General Assembly portion of this for right now. We're gonna keep the stage up so people can continue on talking. It's just a stack. But let's come back here. We'll be back here tomorrow at 3 o'clock and perhaps talk about breakout groups and working groups. Would love for any of y'all that want to be involved in facilitating that process to come back here now, help, map it out, and let's get some shit done. Thank all y'all, man. Y'all are my heroes.
Thank y'all so much for being here. Let's keep working. Let's keep working. Let's give each other some space to grow, but we're all committed. I think that was an amazing point. This is a long haul. It's a marathon. Much love, y'all.
Alright, y'all, so I'm not sure if this portion of the speaking is done. Oh yeah, this brother's gonna get up.
Excuse me, everybody, before everybody starts moving out. For those of you who don't know me, I'm David Lewis, one of the people who got up on a stage similar to this so many days ago, last Sunday, was simply a group of individuals looking to show that they cared about Black Lives Matter and that they cared about the death of George Floyd. With that moment, I announced to everyone that we should be marching in unity and in peace, that we could prove to Seattle that we can protest in a peaceful manner for a whole day and show them that we can make drastic change through our motions. Now, many of you followed me that day and continued to march to this point. What's crazy is that as I stand here in front of the precinct that, again, what is it, today's Tuesday? It's 10 days ago, we simply asked to march through, never to occupy. That was never even part of our minds, but simply to march through peacefully. And we're responded with tear gas and flashbangs and mace on a daily basis. And yet today, here we stand, not just passing through, but occupying. I just wanted to give an appreciation and thank you for not just the people that are here right now, that are constantly here, but a special thank you to everyone who started this portion of this movement as of last Sunday, who did get maced with me, who did get tear gassed with me, who continues to be here every day.
I got interviewed 3 times by the news, bro. Even this morning, somebody told me I saw you.
And to the point of this man, the leaders who've been here, all of the leaders who you've seen and organizers that you've seen and heard from in both the media and just in context, the ironic thing is none of us truly asked to lead. We simply became facilitators of your voices and of your intent. And as you stand here every day, we continue to march with you every day. We make a commitment to stay with you every day. That initial promise to you to be here continues. We have a meeting tomorrow with not just Mayor Durkin, but also Chief Best as well as Chief Stoggins, live streamed and televised, which we can vocalize all of your demands. And that is because of your work. Although we never asked for this leadership, we respect and appreciate the responsibility that comes with it. And we thank you for standing with us every day. Whose streets? Our streets! Whose streets? Our streets! Whose streets? Our streets! Thank you, everybody.
We also need a list for who's staying overnight. When the media comes, when the cops come, when trash workers, when people doing deliveries, they see the numbers are low, so it loses authenticity. People just go on their bike, walk, jog like it was a regular day. So that's how it was in the morning. We need to keep its authenticity, and we need to keep its progressive action. So, was there a list for who's staying overnight? That who's staying overnight? Yeah.
So if you want to, there's stuff right up here. That's what I was I'm trying to, okay, so if you have skills that you want to participate in the conversation tomorrow, before you leave, make a commitment and put your name on a post-it note and hand it over to somebody. Make a commitment. If you have skills, if you have moderation skills, if you have a community, if you can bring people, how much time are you going to spend on this? That I'm practical. Like, I've been talking to people back here, and I had a little breakdown also earlier because I want to talk about ableism and how inaccessible that feels sometimes when we are told that this is a leaderless organization, but people like me literally need somebody to tell me how to get involved. So I am telling you right now, if you want to get involved, there are sticky notes right here. Put your name down right now. Like, don't wait for me to end up finish talking.
Yeah, so we can do it at shifts because we all have our individual lives. We have work, this and that. So if you can do a morning, but like a morning, or I could do night.
Thanks
just
for
put that too. Emphasize that too, because that'll help the next person out. Because then you'll come in, they'll see a large group of people rallied here, rallied there, rallied there. There's a presence, and then you'll be safe to leave.
So
be mindful for the next person too. It'll help the next person out. It'll keep its authenticity too.
So somebody back here told me there aren't any specific leaders organizing any specific.
Hey, excuse me. Ma'am, there's a lot of people asking where to put the posters and who to give them to.
Make your groups.
I'm amongst the people who have been here overnight. I was here on the first night that we were holding down the fort and into the wee hours of the morning when people started coming out. We do have an organized night watch. I have created a platform of secure communication for that. I'm the girl in the alien shirt today. If you want to join Night Watch, you want more information on what it's about, please just feel free to approach me, ask your questions, give me your contact info, and we'll be in touch, all right? My name is Ashley.
So wait, real quick. People are asking what to do with the post notes. Somebody just back here told me there are no leaders in this group, right? Gather people with your skills and talk about how you are going to organize for tomorrow. Literally right now, you all have post notes, talk to each other. That's a hard thing I know for us to do, right? I'm a native Seattleite. I was born here, grew up in Yesler Terrace, Holly Park, and Kingsway Apartments. I know that most Seattleites don't like talking to each other in the white community. Down south, we didn't have that problem. I moved up here, and nobody wanted to talk to me anymore. That's something we have to get over, right? So stop being afraid. I'm afraid of you, and I'm here talking to you. It's actually easier for me to talk in this way, but like we have to. So just talk. You know, if you have a skill, if you hear somebody saying, I want to do this, say, oh, me too, right? That's, it's hard for us to get out of that mindset that somebody has to tell us that we can get involved. I'm still getting through that mindset myself. The people who I had a breakdown back here can tell you that. But this is how we go. I am a meeting facilitator. That's why I'm here right now. I know how to connect people to things. So if you are also a facilitator, I would be willing, or I want to organize with you. I want to help make sure that the action items that we want to have happen get done and can include everybody, right? I want you to think about how hard it is for people, neurotypical people, how hard it is for when you're not neurotypical, right? That's the thing that I'm constantly having to struggle with in this community, is making people understand that people literally think differently. So bring people in, grab people, catch people so that they don't fall through the cracks.
There's many calls of action.
And we lose people in this movement.
Many
we need to have catchers. If you feel like you are a social enough person and you're
many
the friend,
people
you're the person that throws
feel
the
like
parties,
they've been called
guess
to
what?
leadership.
Now you're the person who's organizing your mutual aid crew, right? That's what
I
we
appreciate
need.
the charisma.
We need that energy. And hey, guess what? Your mutual aid party can be still an awesome party, right? Connect your energy to the movement. Where can you plug in? How can you bring your community to the movement? Thank you.
Hey, Seattle, can I talk my shit one more time? So I'll get on in a second. They want to make an announcement, but I want to tell y'all something.
So, someone has lost a product red iPhone, clear case, service through T-Mobile. If you have lost your product red iPhone with a clear case and service through T-Mobile, please come see the sound booth.
All right, so I'm just gonna. I just want to wrap up and then I'll get off the stage, I promise. I'm not trying to steal the show. I just am trying to get information out there. If you see people hanging out at the barricades, that's not to be policing or anything. That is simply just to stand watch and guard. So I'm getting to that. So we're not exactly publicizing all the information as to how we communicate and stuff for security purposes. But if you approach anybody at the barricades, you will find someone who knows how to connect you with our group on our secure app. We are using Signal, but I'm not going to divulge the information to what the names of the groups are or anything like that. So just find someone who knows. The other thing we were talking about, like how do we keep this going? How do we keep the momentum? It's awesome that we have Raz's support and his resources, and I can't thank him enough for being out here and organizing some things that kind of keep us going on this. But you know, we can't lose steam. The idea, honestly, is presence, presence, presence. We just need to be here. I know that we're not here to party.
So
we're
they're
here
posting
to
post-it
really
notes on
observe
the thing.
some serious
And
oppression
she's
that's
talking
happened. I don't
about
want to
the
say
night
that we're here
watch
to party. But
for
again,
anybody
it
that's
is
tuned in.
presence, it is presence, it is maintaining this space. So if that means sometimes we just have maybe a barbecue and some cornhole or something, that's what we need to do. But we do need organizers who can come up with some kind of agenda for each day of what we're gonna do. So if you have ideas, please, I know a million ideas are out here in the crowd. There's a lot we can do. Sky's the limit, no leaders, just, you know, it's a movement. We're all here together to just be here and make a statement.
Yo, so I want to talk my shit one more time to y'all. First and foremost,
get on stage.
First and foremost, while this may be a leaderless movement, there has to be a leader. There has to be someone to step up, and what pockets of groups exist here to move things forward. There has to be. Whether you're providing aid, whether you're mobilizing, whether you're leading, whatever it is, you have to step up. And I think the idea of us all saying it's a leaderless group is passing off the idea of responsibility and accountability. When you are a leader, you are both responsible and accountable. We need accountability. It's okay to fuck up. But you know why you fucked up. You know why you're fucking up. For a good reason. Step up. Fuck up. You know? The other thing I wanted to say is this, and this is to my black people. We need all our community organizers to stand unified. There are a lot of people looking to us for direction. This is Black Lives Matter. We need Black lives to step forward and grab the mic, to propose agendas, to propose policies, to fight against anti-Blackness. And we need y'all to support it. So we cannot have intra-conflict existing. I know what I'm talking about. Watch the shit. And on top of that, shout out to Converge Media. I wholeheartedly say that entire staff deserves a city fucking award, because they provide coverage that is honest and straightforward as opposed to the larger media outlets. I don't work for them. This is not something I'm paid to do. Fuck all that. But I will say this. We live in Nazi America. Why do I say that? What about Nazi Germany after World War II or during World War II? You had Americans, and yeah, we had the KKK here, who said, we're gonna oppose the Nazis. We had people who sympathized with Nazis. After World War II, they took in Nazis and pardoned them, gave them economic stability. Those same ideals integrated with the KKK.
Man,
You see KKK people expressing Nazi sentiments. That's Nazi America. It's literally permeated into where we stand today. Two combination of hate groups, or a combination of two hate groups. And why that's important is because we have to understand the game we're playing. This is chess, not
checkers.
Some of y'all know the game we playing. Some of y'all don't. We playing chess, not checkers. That means we have to identify the strategies they use. We have the FBI who said, ooh, this is gonna get me on the watch list. The FBI came out and said, after our investigation, we have determined that there are a number of hate groups that have infiltrated the police system, the policing system, and our judicial system. That's facts. Racism in America exists. These hate groups study their ideals. They go to the shooting range. You see pictures with their little daughter. I got an M16 for my birthday. They're really out here studying strategy.
All right, everybody.
They enlist into the police force. They learn barricade strategies. They learn everything. They get militarized. They get into the politics. They learn law.
All right, everybody. So I'm going to take a step back over here.
We cannot keep showing up here
and we're going to have a conversation.
In conversation with the police, thinking that we're not going to get tear gas.
Let me step away from the speaker here
Why
real
the
quick.
fuck do we keep doing that?
Well, it's never not an interesting moment up here in what's now being called the Chaz, also known as the Capitol Hill Autonomous Zone. This is a town hall gathering. Right now, it's been fairly a one-way conversation
KKK ideals,
with various speakers. Looks like the majority of the speakers are representatives from
and it's going to take y'all support to undo all of that, because the foundation started with your ancestors. And that's why I said it's okay to feel shame, but what are you going to do about it? Take that ball of fire and burn it down. Not literally, maybe, you know, I don't know. That's up to you. But I'm not condoning that. Black, Asian, Latino. But I will say, be prepared. Know what the fuck you're in for. And have accepted we've been, a lot of us been black, Asian, Latino, Native, all our lives. You seen the guy who and have accepted that. What comes along with that? We know it exists. We know what we're prepared for. You seen the guy who got shot out here in the arm, in the shoulder, he walked out like it was nothing. Like, I'm used to this. You have to be mentally prepared to throw your life on the line like he did. That's what it means to stand the fuck up. And that's all I got to say.
Hey, how y'all doing? I'm just making an announcement.
I'm gonna come back and speak in a few minutes. I just wanted to address the crowd real quick and let you guys know that there is some ancho chili barbecue chicken, corn and barbecue baked beans, and corn in the back under the tents there if you guys are hungry. So go ahead and grab you a plate. Again, it's barbecue chicken, corn, and baked beans. No cornbread, my brother. iPhone, Gerald Yates, lost your iPhone. Gerald Yates, lost your iPhone.
Okay, I'm not a public speaker, but I did want to get up here today because seeing everybody here, I've been out here like almost every day since this started, and it's been really amazing seeing everybody come together, okay? I love seeing everybody out here and just, stand together for this movement. It's a beautiful thing. If you're like me, sorry, I'm kind of nervous. If you're like me, it's been kind of scary being out. I just want you guys to realize this is a victory, but this isn't the final step, and I know that everybody has been saying that. When you come out here, why did it do that? Like why? Okay, you guys need to come and talk to me. I don't understand. If the cops want to take this back, they are heavily armed. All right, you guys need to remember.
A meet and greet, as in this is an opportunity for people here in the community to hear from some of the people, or if this is just part of the regular program. A few things that we have seen over here is there was quite a few people that were unhappy, as black women that were unhappy about, I guess, that they wanted to be able to speak last night or speak to the council member when she was here. And so they brought up a grievance with that they weren't able to speak to the council member. There are some other people who, talked about their issues with the mayor, came up with a few unique nicknames for the mayor out here, and they brought that up. A lot of it has been storytelling about experiences and things like that. What I have seen though, and what I haven't seen, and the thing is that I hear, people the speakers are saying their mind and everything like that, and I don't have anything like in a negative sense to say about any of that. Not that it's my role to be negative anyway, but what I haven't heard, at least in the way that I perceive it, is a way of let me find the right words for you guys. I'll be honest with you, I'm just kind of like, it's spinning fast for me. Let me see here. There you go. There's the new signs up here. Welcome to Capitol Hill Autonomous Zone. Let me take a step back before we talk about what's been going on. Oh, this is Ryan over there. Now, he's from Mutual Aid. Mutual Aid.
Come up with next steps.
Right.
But to do a lot of those next steps, we need money, and we need some organizations around the money. I'm an accountant. And that just is one thing that I haven't heard a lot about. So if there's any black CPAs, black lawyers...
He's calling for black CPAs, black lawyers, black accountants, because what they're saying is that their next steps are putting together a financial organization, and they want to see black people come out here and be the lead of that. So for the Capitol Hill Autonomous Zone, this gentleman Ryan just got done speaking, was like, hey, we got to actually have to put a formalization about what's being developed here. And his call was like, hey, what black CPAs, what black lawyers and things like that can be present and part of the formalization of what these guys are now calling the Capitol Hill Autonomous Zone. And I think that a lot of people, we saw on the news today, there's a lot of news out there that that this is a lawless area right here, and that there's people roaming around with it's a lot out there on Twitter. And I mean, that's actually why we went live, and then we happened to bump into this. I wish I could say that I know everything and every movement or whatever. I had no idea that these guys running. We were actually in our production space trying to work on something for later, and I started seeing all these things on Twitter. It was like, oh man, this happened, that happened. You have to show ID to get into the zone, and there's somebody over there who's checking IDs, and if you don't have an address that's in the zone, you can't get in here, and all these other things. And the reason why we went live earlier is I just haven't personally seen or experienced that. I've been over here in this zone from day one. I can see a lot of stuff. Hold on one second. Okay. What I can tell you is that this is a very imperfect situation here, but with a lot of people that are trying to find a perfect solution that's going to work for them. So I think that it would be naive of anybody to be like, oh man, these guys have tried to create a zone and they've got this, and that. You have a bunch of people who are just like, hey man, we just want to be able to manage ourselves. We want to be.
Don't burn out, but it's definitely worth the time and
I
energy.
didn't hear what he said wasn't. What did he say wasn't worth it?
You said it's not worth the time and energy to engage with your relatives who aren't down with the cause, your white relatives who aren't down with the cause.
You gotta engage with people.
You got it. Thank you. White relatives.
Yeah. So like I said, what people need to understand about this Capitol Hill Autonomous Zone is that a lot of people who are in the zone or who are represented out here today, and especially people that might be watching on the national feed, internationally now. I know they put this on a bunch of different things in Twitch. And sometimes live we get over 100,000 people globally watching this feed now. So let me tell you a few things about this neighborhood itself, right? So this neighborhood, although it does border downtown, Capitol Hill is just that. It's a hill that's up from downtown Seattle. And years ago, when Washington was forming as a state, they're like, man, this might be a good place to put the Capitol. It ended up down in Olympia, Washington, though, which is about 60 miles south of us here. Capitol Hill it's gone through a lot of iterations over the last 3 decades or so that I've been following it and everything else. At one point I actually lived up here at Capitol Hill. Today Capitol Hill is full of a lot of young working professionals. You know what I'm saying? You got a lot of people who work at Amazon. You got a lot of the people who are in the tech space, and it's also a trendy space here. So you got like bartenders and chefs and things like that. There is some low-income housing that's up here on Capitol Hill, but this is what the low-income housing on Capitol Hill looks like. It's buildings like this, you know what I'm saying, which is actually houses CHH. So, I just want to be able to set the scene for people watching, and nationally and internationally, the people who are out here in the zone aren't like the homeless vagabonds and things like that we see or the drug addicts and everything else. A lot of these people are the people who've designed the user interface for when you go onto the Amazon and ensure your shopping cart. You know what I'm saying? These are the people that have worked on, Skype over at Microsoft and things like that. These are the people who work over at Facebook and, they work on the technology that we're using right now and streaming. You know what I'm saying? And it's a mix of people. Not everybody falls into that category. But I think that it is a bit misleading. And I'm only bringing this up to you because I think context is important. You know what I'm saying? I think that context is important. And, I mean, a lot of these people out here, man, they make over $150,000, $160,000 a year or more. So it's very misleading if people, are on the internet and they haven't been here to the Capitol Hill neighborhood. This is some of the most expensive rents in Seattle are actually in this neighborhood right here. It's not cheap to stay. And Bobby Stills and Eric, they stay in this neighborhood, and they can tell you something about, the cost of rent here. I bring that up because, like I said, and not necessarily in defense of the protesters, but maybe just in defense of the truth that, this isn't necessarily a place where you're seeing, tons of people who are on the fringes of society, people who, and there's a homeless population everywhere, in Seattle for the most part, for neighborhoods that border downtown. So, it's a problem that started before this. It started before COVID as far as homelessness, and it's a problem that the city of Seattle hasn't tackled yet, like a lot of cities in America. But, given the live view here, and you guys will make judgment for yourself. It's just like, a week ago when the tear gas was out and the flashbangs were out, and I pulled the camera out and I said, it's good for people to look at the faces of the protesters. And so again, this is an opportunity for people to take a look at the faces of the people who are here in this Capitol Hill autonomous zone. And when we look around here, like I'm saying, it's a lot of people. You know who else lives in this neighborhood as well? It's a lot of medical professionals. Because, see, I'm old school. There's another area, another hill over here, although it's connected to Capitol Hill. We used to call it Pill Hill. Because Pill Hill, you had all the hospitals. They're still there. Harborview Hospital, Swedish Hospital, Virginia Mason Hospital. So it's a bunch of hospitals that are right down the street. And then you also got Providence and everything else. So in this neighborhood and in this zone, you have people who are medical professionals. You have a lot of tech people. You have Amazon employees. You have people who work at Facebook and everything else. It's also an arts district. So you have a lot of artists that live in this neighborhood that are out here. And, this is what's going on in the zone. This is what's going on. So I'm not going to sit here as usual and say like, yeah, I'm for this zone or against the zone. That's not my role here, to be like if I'm for this autonomous zone or against. I can't say that it's been whirlwind events. To be honest with you, we thought that we didn't think, I didn't see this curveball coming. I'll just say that. And, I thought that actually our coverage was going to be ending. But, now, this story is taking another turn. One thing we have said all along, though, everything that we talked about was that the protest at the Western Barricade, back when the barricade was still there, it's like, man, it's not going to be over quickly or easy. And I think that part of that is although we've done our best over here at Converge, and a lot of other people have tried to do their best on this, I think that people still didn't understand that a lot of the needs and concerns of this particular neighborhood and the things that they were angry at, it wasn't the same as a lot of other communities that were out there. And also that it's like this outreach. The outreach into this community, I just haven't seen a lot. And I'm saying it's not occurring. There's lots of things that occur, you know what I'm saying, behind the scenes and everything else. But, I mean, it was said early on that this Western barricade protest isn't going to go nowhere. So even removing the barricade didn't remove the passion and emotion that these protesters have had around certain issues, right? All it did clearly was transference. So now guys moved from 11th to 12th. The same number of people are still here. You see what I'm saying? The difference is, though, is that there's no SPD and National Guard on the street, and we see that the East Precinct is boarded up. That's the difference. The changes that the people at the original Western Barricade wanted, these are changes that they still want. These are things that they still wanted to happen, you know, and you know, going past, man, you guys thought I cursed a lot, man. Some of these people. That's not me cursing, Mom. That's that's the speakers. So that's what we need to remember here. And I think people who are looking for a solution here on the Western Barricade, you're gonna have to dig deep and pull your sleeves up and do outreach right here. You know, with the people that are here. And I mean, these issues are going to need to be addressed. You know what I'm saying? I mean, 1 second here.
2 years in beautician school to become a fucking beautician. Why did it take these motherfuckers 6 weeks to become a fucking cop?
This gentleman is. This gentleman is expressing some disagreement with the length of time that it takes to become a police officer. He said that for a cosmetology license, it could take up to 2 years, and that police training takes 21 weeks. This is what he's saying. But like I said, the Western Barricade, you know, it's going to require some outreach. You know, I put out something probably later on today that I wrote. It's just an observation, and put something else. And I want you guys to kind of hear me on this, that the city very well might want to take the approach. The city very well might want to take the approach, at least over here at the Western Barricade. They might want to take the approach of people that carry a lot of weight, but not a lot of baggage. So what do I mean by that? Who carries a lot of weight, but not a lot of baggage? One thing that I've seen personally now for the last few mornings in a row is Fire Chief Scoggins. You know, he's out here and he's engaging with the community, and he has the benefit of being a fireman. Who doesn't love a fireman? You know what I'm saying? And I mean, the conversations, the real conversations between the city and the actual protesters.
Do y'all hear me at all?
You got the residents of the zone, and then you got the people who are the heart and blood of the zone. You guys hear me?
Hey, real quick, my name's Levi. I've been raised up here in Capitol Hill, and I absolutely fucking love it.
Oh my fucking lord.
It's beautiful, and I'm out here every day trying to fight. I'll be out here every day that I can, and I really fucking encourage you all to get all your family, all your friends, everybody.
Why am I disconnected from the fucking chat?
This is the time now to take it back. This is the time now to fight back right now. I don't care who you are.
I don't understand.
You know to come out here and you come to show the fuck up or show the fuck out. Capitol, right here. This is where it's happening.
I don't get it. I don't Oh my lord, this is gonna fucking kill me. I hate this. I hate this. I hate this piece of fucking shit. I despise it because it's just not working. It just doesn't work properly. For no reason. Why can't I see the chat? Who fucking knows? I can't see the chat. I have no idea if you're talking to me. I have no idea what you're saying, if you're saying anything. The whole thing is just so fucked. I don't get it at all. I don't get it. I don't get it. My understanding is gone. It's fucking zero. And it's disconnected. Everything is gone. I don't get it. I don't understand. It's really frustrating. So I don't know what's
I
happening
got you.
here.
I appreciate
Why
your
don't I
support.
end the stream one more time? And
Yeah.
I'll
Took
a bunch of gas and shit the other night too, because I was watching
Took a lot of gas, man. But you know, we still in one piece out here.
My
You know
wife
what
would be
I'm
happy to know that I hung out with him.
Yeah, about here.
You met him? Yeah, I met him. Your name floats around in my house a lot.
Oh, well, that's good, man. Well, you know, I'm just out here trying to tell the story.
Yeah, bro.
You know,
I'm very serious about what the fuck I said.
Tell-
You ever seen
tell-
the commercial for the fucking 2-year Everest, 2-year college, right? Well, you could be a beautician or you could go for paralegal. These motherfuckers need to go through the same shit. All this, so I want to be a cop.
So I mean, oh, so that was you who just got off stage.
That was me.
All right. So I mean, I'd like to ask you a question or
Go ahead,
two,
bro.
but I'm trying to reduce the profanity on the stream.
Okay. No, if you're telling me that, then I can. I got you. Go ahead.
So I need you to stand right here. All right, so you're the speaker, and I had to speak into the stream and tell my mama. I said that's not me cursing, that's somebody else.
My bad.
You know, I mean, when I first started streaming, it was funky all the time. So I mean, damn it, this and that. But you know, we're trying to tighten it up over here. So okay, in a non-profane way, man, what's your issue? What made you take the stage over there? What is it that you have to say?
Well, there's a couple issues, bro. I'm okay. I'm all for the whole defunding of the cops because all that money, that extra money that they're getting, be going to education, mental health issues, the homelessness, just, you know, whatever we need it for besides the police. That's first issue. Second issue is I feel like to deal with hair and nails, I don't understand why the cop, somebody that's walking around with a gun and a badge, shouldn't have to go to school for the same amount of time. You dig what I'm saying? They don't let airplane pilots just wake up one day and go, hey, I have a flight simulator at home. Maybe I can learn how to fly for Delta. That's not how it works. You dig what I'm saying? It's not how it works. You don't get to have a bad day and punch somebody in the face.
I want to get you a little bit more light. The sun just went down on us.
You don't get to have a bad day and punch people in the face. I'm a landscaper. I work on the inside. A lot of upbeat, rich white people, right? I don't get to go to work one day because I'm not in a good mood and smack one of my clients. That's not how this works. I would get fired and I go to jail. And I feel like the gloves need to be off.
Have you experienced police brutality, sir?
Bro, I got scars in the back of my head to prove it.
Yeah, I see it.
It's
pretty lumpy back there.
Yeah, I got that at 14. Me and my younger brother were going to the movies. My mom dropped us off, went to the movies, we're leaving. We're on the bus stop waiting to come home. 3 cops pull up and say, oh, some white lady's got her purse snatched. Bear in mind, we're 14-year-old juveniles. There's no purse around us. They just snatched this up. I told my little brother not to go with the cop or talk to him. The cop decides that he wants to rough me up, so I started fighting him back. Pulls out one of the little aspirin, whatever he did, smacked me in the back of the head with it. I had to get stitches, whatever. But that was very traumatizing for me, and I never forgot that. And from that day on, it was like, oh, it's on now.
So how old are you now?
I'm 50. I just turned 50 this year.
So that was 36 years ago.
Yeah, that's 36 years ago. I grew up in New York. I'm from Brooklyn. I grew up under Giuliani, bro. I grew up under racial profiling. I grew up under coming out of my apartment to go to the store, to the bodega, to buy a 6-pack of beer or whatever, and have cops, oh, you got where the drugs at, and then throwing drugs on the ground, be like, oh, so that's yours. I grew up dealing with that.
Let me ask you that. One, what do you think of this Capitol Hill Autonomous Zone?
The autonomous zone, I think it has potential, and I think it can be something. But first and foremost, again, people in this area, if you're gonna keep this locked down and held down, you're gonna need to build a security force. You need to have people that are serious, people that have morals and integrity. You can't just be up here talking about, yeah, we're gonna have a security force, and it's a bunch of teenagers. That's not gonna work, man. You need to have real people that have experience with military backgrounds, people that are veterans. I would actually say the veterans that are out of work and don't have jobs, give them some sort of purpose and sense. Hey man, I know you got training, and I know you used to be in the military. What do you know about security? We need to start talking to the elders in the community and some of the older people that have been in the military that can help us out with some of this stuff. I can put together a security detail. I know how to do it because I work security at a club. However, at the same time, it does a lot more to it than having a bunch of walkie-talkies and being like, hey, I see somebody doing something.
So you've identified that it's a good start, but it needs to be secure.
It needs to be secure.
Okay, but my other question for you though is, Why did you get on the mic today?
Because it's been building for a while. I used to be a recording artist, so I'm not shy to get on mics, but I've been holding this all in, and I've had no way to really vent and say this. The only person I get to vent with is my comrade that I work with every day. You know what I'm saying? And so we chop it up every day, heavy on politics, heavy. Like we go back and forth. We don't always agree, but we respect each other at the end of the day. You dig what I'm saying? He has his opinion on things, I got mine, but we both seem to find a common ground and a meeting in the center with each other where we can go, okay, we both agree on that. These conversations have to continue. We have to continue to drive the point home that black people are not a threat. I like to ask white people, what did black people do to y'all? What did we do that was so wrong that y'all feel like, or they feel, not y'all, but white supremacists, why do they feel like we need to be eradicated?
Because they don't want to have to pay reparations. They don't have to pay reparations. They know that black folks built this country for free.
Yep.
On indigenous land, people have been wiped out, and so they don't want to have to give up the empire. They want to continue their imperial privileges indefinitely, and they want to eradicate the people who they owe.
That. You're right. Because if I kill you, then I don't owe you nothing. Right. And we were talking about this, and I never really thought of it that way. And he brought it to my attention. He goes, "Hey man, the government knows that they owe us. They got debt on their back. The same way they did, same way they did Gaddafi. Gaddafi goes, you know what? We're changing the game up. I don't want American dollars. I want gold now for my oil. What did they do? They went over and whacked him. Now I don't have to pay you nothing now. Now I can just take it. Because I don't have any gold to give you. I don't have any money to pay you, so let me just kill him. That way we can eliminate that. It's the same sort of mentality. It's the same mentality. You owe. Just pay. You just gave away trillions of dollars to the corporations, and then, this is my favorite. Oh, they're destroying corporate stuff. You damn right. Why? Because that's where the money went. That's where all the money went. That's where my rage is gonna go. Not my own community. My rage is gonna go to Fifth Avenue, Park Avenue, Macy's, Bloomingdale's, Gucci, Louis Vuitton. That's where my rage is going. I'm going to corporate America. I'm not taking it to the hood. I'm not taking it to mom and pops. And that's another thing. You young people out here, you young protesters, young radicals, listen to me very carefully. Please, I'm asking you, please, leave mom and pop alone. They are off limits. Leave them alone. Go downtown. All that steel and chrome, go tear that up. Leave these small business shop owners alone, please. They're not the threat. They're not causing you heartache. It's corporate America. You go to corporate America, you get mad, you take it out on corporate America, not everyone else around you. Focus your anger and take it out where it needs to be. The other thing I'm gonna say real quick, and I don't know how you're gonna take this, but I don't even care at this point. Listen, y'all keep shooting us, we gonna shoot back. Ain't no fun when the rabbits got the gun. Keep playing with us. If we killing each other in the hood over ghetto games, what you think we gonna do when it comes time to get real right? Y'all pay for y'all guns and they legal. Most of our guns is illegal. See how that works out? So run up in the hood, and I notice y'all keep running up, all you white supremacists want to keep running up on the communities of weakness. You want to run up to gay people and do stuff. Take your ass to the hood. Let's play ghetto games. Let's play some ghetto games. Bring it to the hood. Because we got some pent-up aggression. Bring it to the hood. I guarantee you won't make it out. It ain't gonna go the way you think it will. Bring it to the hood. Guaranteed it won't go the way you think it will.
Wow. All right, bro. I mean, you said a mouthful. No, it's all good. I mean, people. I'm watching the comments here, and people are kind of agreeing, at least what I'm seeing about what you're saying.
Bro, I got babies, man. It's not even about me no more. I'm 50. It's about my babies, my grandbabies. It ain't about me, man. It's about the future of my kids and the kids of this country, bro. Like these babies when we all adopt these babies, what we gonna leave these babies? What are we leaving these babies, man? A burnt up planet? Corruption? Come on, poison water, poison air, like, come on, bro. Like, really? Like, I'm not with that, man. I'm not with it. And if anybody thinks that's cool, then, bro, I'm not rolling with you, dog. Like, I'm not. That's not even ain't nothing sexy about that, bro.
All right. And so, we don't make no assumptions. But you appear to be a white guy. You appear to be a white guy. Oh, you just never know. No, I mean, I'm not even being funny because it's like, yeah, I mean, there's just so many people. There's a lot of natives that also have, you know what I'm saying, a similar skin tone. And that's why I wanted to ask with that. We on Cap Hill, bro, man. I'm just trying to keep it polite. Is this your friend?
Yeah, my coworker.
Okay, your coworker. Now, what are your thoughts about what he's just said?
If you got Netflix, make some noise.
My thing is, I wanted to come down here because I wanted to do social investigations, see how far things are getting. People are obviously able to get food. They're taking care of almost everything that needs to be taken care of in the initial phases of liberating themselves. We study these things and whatnot. So it's looking bright for what it is right now. The heat all over this country on the oppressive powers has never been higher in a long time. I mean, the 1960s didn't even have the social factors of what's going on right now, where millions of people have been forced out of work and into poverty right away. And the only answer for them right now is a measly $1,200, barely even followed up on at all, and more police terrorism, specifically to folks that don't look like me, right? So that's the bubbling cauldron that's now blown up, and now it's going to be up to the people themselves to actually consolidate it, to secure it, and to perpetuate it, to really create a new society from the ashes of the old. And that's ultimately what's going to be the thing that wins it, I think, is that the people most directly affected start reorganizing society, making it possible for everyone to live free of terror, to live a life free of want. There's enough wealth in this world that we can all share it and all live a great life. All live like we're all rich. That's what's so crazy about it.
And hold on, and hold on here. Just to put this in context, you're a landscaper. You work landscaping's not easy work. You work with your hands and your back and your feet. So you're not. I'm assuming you're not just some hippie kind of guy who's sitting at home saying, hey, bro, let's just all live off the wealth of society. It sounds like as a landscaper, you get up, you work hard every day. But what you're saying is like there is a better solution out there. I just kind of wanted to put that out there because a lot of times when people hear what you just said, it's like, oh, this guy must, he's probably living on welfare or something like that. But that's not the case.
Because I mess with the earth every day. And it's
wow.
I'm taking care of stuff that doesn't help human beings. There's a little bit of beautification, but it's not for me. It's not for us. It's not for the people. It's for a small subset of people, privileged people. I want to be gardening for the people, so we can have self-sufficiency in food. It's what the Umoja Peace Center was doing until gentrification got rid of that institution right there. Omari was actually
talking about Omari Tahir, not me.
Omari Tahir, yeah. That was actually going on. And then we had another thing I'd participated in with another comrade of mine. We had this thing called Squat Life, or the Game of Homes.
You didn't tell me about that one.
But unlike a lot of the folks that are heavy into drugs and whatnot, that would just take over a building and trash it and whatnot, the cops wouldn't touch those. And the landlords. The landlords wanted to come after us because we were actually creating livable spaces for working class people who needed it. And oh man, some of the activists from a few years ago, I don't see none of them except maybe a couple out here right now. This is a totally new generation, but that generation of activists, they were too scared and weak to take part of a real occupation and defend it and make it livable, fix the pipes, get the water flowing, get the electricity going again. They were too scared, but they want to do all these panels and whatnot and be representatives of all oppressed people or whatnot. You see the same damn people over and over again. I come here and I see fresh faces, even though a lot of them were covered. I can tell they're new to the game.
Right.
That gives me hope that it's not the same gatekeepers in the so-called activist organizer community over and over again. That makes me extremely happy. That fills my heart with so much joy because when you have new people that aren't jaded, that don't know the in rules, the in-crowd rules of activists and all their little social rituals, it means the sky's the limit. they will do social experiment after social experiment until we actually get some victory. That fills my heart with hope, that there's a lot of new folks in this that have never been in before.
All right, so I think the takeaways from this conversation is they need to stop playing. That you're hopeful for this newer generation of leaders that they'll come through. All right, gentlemen. I'm out of here, man. Pass my regards to your wife.
Yeah, I just told her I was with you. She said, tell him I said hi.
There you go. Hey, well, we get a lot of love. You never know what you're going to bump into, though, man. You know, I try to stop and talk to everybody. Interesting perspectives right there, too. So what I was saying, though, I'll get back to this and I'll go on to the next thing here, is I was saying that sometimes, man, when you're negotiating with people, you got to bring people who have weight but not baggage. So someone who might be, be high enough in a position, but they don't carry the baggage with them. You know what I'm saying? And things like that. And I was talking about Fire Chief Scoggins, and just kind of witnessing him here, every morning, kind of talking to people and everything else. And because he carries weight as a fire chief, but because he's a fireman, he doesn't carry the baggage of police and or the mayor or a councilman or something else. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I really, he's able to have a lot of really granular conversations out here, and people already, they're able to just engage in productive conversation with him. Where, a lot of times when other city officials come out, it's the baggage that might be around them that actually comes up first. Well, man, you didn't do this, and how come this happened, and this and that and everything else. So, and I know the city is, they're trying to do some things. There's a few releases that are out there. And, man, you guys, make sure if you're listening from the city, any of the city offices, man, put me on all your lists. You know what I'm saying? When you guys are releasing stuff and everything else. That would be great, and I would appreciate it because, we like to get the information out as soon as possible. But, it very well might be. And, you got to think, a city government as big as Seattle, where, it's the 10th biggest city in America or something like that, there's got to be a lot. It looks like it's dinner time. I brought pizzas for everybody. I don't know, man. They're living good over here in the autonomous zone. There's pizza, you got the town hall meeting. I think they said they were giving out something else too. But I'm sure that there's a lot of leaders, there's a lot of people that can engage out here with these citizens in this now Capitol Hill autonomous zone, on a street level, but they still carry the weight. You know what I'm saying? And being able to carry that weight, but not the baggage, might be something that's very important over here on this side. So, I just call it like I see it. And, what I've seen is Fire Chief Scoggins. I mean, he's just been able to connect with people. I talked to him earlier, just catching up with him, off camera. And I said, Chief, you're kind of out here in the middle of some stuff now. And, and everybody is kind of, they're open to you and they're talking to you. He said, Omari, 35 years ago, when I was becoming a fireman, I never thought that I would see a situation like this. I said, well, Chief, it very well could be, man. You're still putting out fires, but just not the one that you're used to. So, and there might be a few people down there like Chief Scoggins. These guys are sharing pizza out here. Grab me a slice. Thanks, bro. Hey, what's up? How are you? You gotta be good up in the zone. So, the city might want to look at that and be like, you know what? Who are the people that have a lot of weight but not a lot of baggage? And I'm not saying that somebody's bag, you guys get what I'm saying. The perception, even, of baggage, office and neighborhoods might be, something to really look at and everything else. I don't know, you know what I'm saying? And I don't have all the answers, and I'm not proposing to have all the answers, just kind of sharing some thoughts with you and everything else as we now head western on Pine Street, down to back to where the original Western Barricade was. Remember that just a few short days ago, setting the scene from the Western Barricade, protesters in front, police and National Guard. In fact, not quite the situation out here anymore in the autonomous zone, but you know. Oh, hey, so look, everybody that's out there, hold on, let me check this email address. These guys don't miss an opportunity to put some street art out. So we're down here at the intersection of 11th and Pine. Let me show you guys a view that you grew used to for almost 8-9 days in a row. This was the area of the original Western Barricade right here. And remember, it used to get funky. It's finna get funky. It's time to share the stream. This was that point right there. And when we look east here now on Pine Street, and we look east, and if we remember just a few days ago, I think, man, it was Sunday. Sunday, man, it was funky. Ooh, in a whole nother way, too. And it was just Sunday, a few short days ago, where the police, the National Guard, and protesters and media, you know what I'm saying? I mean, man, where they swept down the hill. And that was the very first time Sunday night where we saw protesters kind of push back. I mean, and the police, the National Guard, I mean, they was over there, it was giving them hell. Our security guy in front of us got shot with 5 rubber bullets standing in front of me, trying to keep protect us, basically. And I think that day right there, at least for that standoff, that was the beginning of the end. And, you know, that's where that night guys built barricades right here. And the police and the National Guard were right here to the south, to the direction that I'm facing. And then they had the armored personnel carriers right here. And then they were just firing down the street. Boom, 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 boom. And I always like retelling this story. At the end of the block was the martial law band. And so the National Guard is sitting there flashbang, and the police flashbang, this and that. And martial law and his band just kept playing. And they kept playing and kept playing from one block to another. I mean, it was the craziest thing you've seen. And in the middle of the block, of course, are the protesters who got swept down, and they were trying to keep a barricaded area right here. And you could just hear the rubber bullets going back.
I was there.
Yeah, you were there, huh? You remember? It got funky, huh?
I was standing right by that street sign staring at this line of cops about ready to come and kill me. I was there. All I had was a cardboard sign, and they kept shooting me with rubber bullets. So
You got hit with the rubber bullets too, huh?
Yeah, of course. I ended up having to leave because I was so nauseous that I really could not breathe anymore. Yeah, I was there.
So as somebody who was here in the last real conflict that this neighborhood had with the Seattle Police and the National Guard, and now you're back here today in this free zone area, man, what are some of the thoughts you might share with the viewers?
It's crazy how different it is when they don't try and confront us. This is what happens. But if they're out here and they want to pick a fight, we will not leave. And we will be out here every day, all day. And it's just crazy, the atmosphere. There's love, there's no hate, everyone's helping each other. But when they set up their barricades and they try and intimidate us, and they try and use their excessive force tactics to scare the people, like, who are you helping? You're not helping us. And the fact that they can't realize that they're the problem is absolutely insane. Like, I will never understand it.
Right.
And they outnumbered us, 3-1. They had tanks, basically.
No, it was, I mean, the president said they was, you know what got me on Sunday night is that the police said something that I'd never heard them say before. They were like, yeah, disperse, And then he said that they're going to authorize the use of some kind of whatever gas or something. And then they said authorize the use of that and other things that might cause significant pain and orientation. Were you out here that night? Are you out here? And I remember everybody was like, exactly. Everybody was like, we ain't never heard that one before. Yo, and at that point, because, you know, I'm usually always on the front line, and they got this security team now. They were like, man, they were pulling me and pulling me.
Just tell them this. Just tell them this and see if they get scared.
Man, but guys built barricades on each sidewalk here. I mean, and each crosswalk was barricaded off. And so actually the police came down the hill, and they found protesters on all three sides.
That's what I didn't realize. I knew that there were people over here, and I knew there were people over there, but I was on this side. And I mean, there was maybe like 3 of us or so. Like, and the band was still playing and everything.
The band was still, which was crazy, huh?
Time, and yeah, there's a fire over here, like right across from Nino's, and yeah, I mean, it was crazy, the atmosphere at that end of the block, and then over here, you literally...
It was going down.
Yeah, it was going down. And I kept, it was wild. I will never forget that, man. Still trying to wrap my head around it, for sure.
And so what brought you out here today? Are you just, you're in the neighborhood? You live in the neighborhood?
I got off of work, actually, and I've been here every single day. I actually came out here last night and was here for the speech, and I went for the march, and I had no idea that we were going to be in City Hall. And then before I know it, there I am in City Hall, listening. We had that sit-in and whatnot, and yeah, it was insane, the power that the people actually have, you know, and I'll be out here every single day until things change. And so, I mean, I was here Saturday, Sunday, Monday.
I have a question for you. I just saw it on my feed. I haven't read it yet, but it says that the Seattle Police Department now wants the precinct back, and they want to be able to work with people in the community and things like that to
where has that been for the last 10, 20, 30, 40? Isn't that what you should have been doing this whole time, and now you want to do it now that you took it? Like, how does that make any sense? Because I actually read that right before I came down here.
Okay, so you saw that as well then, right?
Yeah, so I got off of work and I hopped on the Seattle Times just to kind of see what was going on down here, and I saw how they were still answering calls, and they said that if they were able to work out of their precinct again, then they would have faster times, and their detectives would have the resources to investigate.
But how do you? So I got a question for you. How do you feel about returning the precinct to the SPD?
I think that they should repurpose the building and give it to the people, and especially the Black Lives Matter movement, so that they can repurpose it and use it to educate the youth, to make it into a positive building for the community rather than the oppressive building that it's been for who knows how long, ever. You know, so I don't think they should come back. They can't come back, and we don't need them.
Right. And now, what about? So I mean, clearly the city, they're saying that they want it, and you're right here. Somebody went through the protest, got shot hella tons of rubber bullets, got tear gassed, and all these other things that might have occurred out here. And you're like, no, you don't want to give it back. You want to see it turn into a place for the community. Sounds like an impasse. So how is this resolved? Well, I guess from your perspective, it's kind of resolved in a short term, but.
I mean, honestly, I'm not sure exactly how it's resolved. We all need to come together. We need to have some conversations, hear different voices, and we need to come up with a plan, like everyone's been saying. Heard lots of leaders. I actually just moved to Seattle in the end of February, and so I've been active ever since I've been here. I this is my city now, and so I'm trying to do everything I can to help the people, So I don't know exactly what the solution is, but we need to come together and figure it out.
All right, bro.
The solution is.